So I'll call to order the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners meeting for Wednesday, December 18th. Will you please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, welcome everyone to our meeting today. We're going to do this in kind of two parts. We're going to do what's on the agenda this morning, if we can get through it all, and then come back at 2 o'clock to finish a couple of other items. We're going to the Oregon National Guard Youth Challenge graduation today, which I don't know if maybe you've seen it before, but it's we get invited to, and we're looking forward to seeing that. So that's going to go on between those. So the first item on our agenda is citizen input. Is there anyone here who wants to speak on any issue that's not on the agenda? Seeing none, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Is there any exceptions or? Okay. The Oregon Health Authority grant agreement. Okay. Anything else?
So I have not been able to review the minutes, but if you have, I'm comfortable passing them. If you both.
I did.
Yeah.
I did, but those were the two meetings I wasn't at. So because I realized I was the.
So I didn't quite get there.
Do you want to go forward, or do you want to?
Well, let's pull them so
Monday.
I can look at them.
Okay. So we'll proceed with items 1, 2, 3, and 5.
I move the consent agenda adjusted to be number 1, 2, 3, and 5.
And I'll second it.
Okay. Further discussion? Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
The chair votes yes. So then we'll move on. Our first action item, number 4, will be placed on the action item agenda now. And Janice, if you want to join us to discuss these. A lot of these were all actually fairly interesting, but we just decided we knew enough about them, the MedCorps and the premises health and things, so we didn't need to talk about them. But
Okay.
a lot of health contracts, it seems like, today.
Good morning, Commissioners. Janice Garceau, Director of Deschutes County Behavioral Health. That's right. That's where I work. I am here to request board signature on a contract with the state of Oregon, the Oregon Health Authority, for the promoting integration of primary and behavioral health care funding that came again as a sort of afterthought to counties to fund efforts to support ongoing integration of primary care into behavioral health care settings. This particular source of revenue was funded at the national level to states for a 5-year period. For us, that would mean from January 1 of 2019, so it's retroactive. The contract is retroactive to then through December 31st, 2023. We actually would utilize the funds beginning this fiscal year 20 through the end of fiscal year 24, so June 30th, 2024. At this point, it funds a position that was in our fiscal year 20 budget. It is a supervisor for the adult outpatient integrated care team. It also funds a half-time admin support technician. And this year, because of the late start, was able to support part of a peer support specialist that was also funded through opioid state targeted grant funds. And that is the gist of it.
Okay, I just pulled it because I noticed it started. Bless you. Oh, I hope you're not contagious. Okay, good stuff.
Well, thank you for your nice thoughts.
There you go.
Well, it's just we're talking health here. Well, yeah, but you might go to the Rose Bowl and I have to stay home. So anyway, no, it said it started really January 1st, but everybody was just so late in getting that through to us.
Yes, ma'am.
And we didn't have it into last year's budget then.
We did. We were able to put the position into the budget because we knew we had dollars for it, and then it took a very long time for the actual IGA amendment to come through that allows OHA to release the funds to us, and that's what this contract represents. So they were guaranteed dollars. They gave us permission to go ahead. We were able to put the position into the budget, the positions into the budget, and these are the dollars that fund and cover those costs.
Okay, so you're saying that OHA was really the person, the entity that was holding it up I mean, the official paperwork then. So it's like 12 months late.
Yeah, I don't want to disparage them.
No, but I meant,
They're classic, they're challenged in contracting. It can
Okay.
take a while.
okay, well, it just,
Yeah.
I was just like, okay, I was wondering if the federal government was that late.
No, the funds came to the states
And
then.
it must have come in 18, maybe, in like November of 18, I would think.
Yes, it came in 18, and at that time, they requested that counties indicate interest, and for some reason, we had passed, that was before I was in this role, and then they had unspent dollars and said, we would like you to take these dollars, and we said, okay. And that's how it came to us. So it was pretty informal, and then we had to sort of back up and determine the utilization and work with them on the contract.
So Janice, how many people do you think this last year then, the program saw that integrated, the mental health with the primary health care? Do you have any kind of numbers on that?
You mean overall, or this
Right.
particular?
This particular grant, I mean,
So this particular grant is just starting because we waited to fill until we had the new position in the budget.
okay, all right.
So that person has been in the role, I forget her exact start date, and that team has been in the process of forming and is now a separate team in our adult outpatient main clinic focused on this client population. The goal is that it serves approximately 200 people a year. And that's possible because even though the grant only funds the supervisory role, the team is made up of 9 staff and 1 peer, I believe. I have to look at the roster again, that can serve a much larger group. And the group that this grant focuses on is a group of individuals that are shared between our behavioral health clinic and Mosaic Medical's primary care clinic, and the Bridges program, which is you may be familiar, is the program that serves people that have mental health and substance use disorders, chronic pain conditions, and are high utilizers of the ED. So that's really who we're trying to target with these grant dollars. We will also serve some of our own folks who we may not share with Mosaic, but present in the same way, have a mental health disorder, a serious and persistent mental health disorder, possibly a co-occurring substance use disorder, and a chronic health condition that they're trying to manage.
Thank
So
you.
just to follow up on what Commissioner Dare is asking, so this is really consistent with the idea of having Mosaic in our building at Courtney, and when you say it's gonna, where'd you say it was gonna be centered at, this activity?
It's centered in our main clinic, and it is
Which is-
conditioned on
What's
having.
your main clinic?
Sorry, our main clinic is the Courtney Clinic
Yeah,
that
okay.
has
Right.
primary care on site. And that one of the terms of this agreement and why we were even eligible to receive the dollars is that you have at least 20 hours of primary care co-located. Otherwise, you don't qualify. So, and we have 40 hours.
So this is kind of an effort to bring those two together, which we've heard a lot about in the last several years as being a
Yes.
kind of a new model for both behavioral health and medical. Okay.
Well, it's good it's a 4-year kind of horizon on this effort, too, so the state's making that commitment. This is a path that we've gone down with a lot of the different community behavioral health clinic and stabilization center, so this does kind of fit the model that we've been working with.
Yep.
All right. I'd seek a motion in support of this, or?
So I'll move chair signature of document number 2019-805, Oregon Health Authority Grant Agreement for the Promoting Integration of Primary and Behavioral Health Care.
And I'll second it?
Any further comments? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
And chair votes yes.
Thank you,
Thanks for
Commissioners.
Thank you,
explaining
Janice.
that. Went through it. So our next item on the agenda is the consideration of county administrator's signature of document number 2019-839, Cohesive Strategy Coordinator Contract. And this is an update of the contract, but I felt like since we haven't heard really what Allison's doing and what kind of plans are, this is a good time to kind of catch up on it. There's at the back of it, most of the contract's just contract, but there's page 67 has the scope of activities kind of, and that's the gist of kind of what the program's doing. And I think we may share some of the things we're hearing because of all the different things we see too. So that two of us just got back from the leadership summit in Portland where fire and forest was a big topic by a number of the big speakers there. So anyway, but go ahead.
Great. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Ed Keith, County Forester. We do have an updated or contract for another year. Allison Green has been performing as the coordinator of the Central Oregon Cohesive Strategy under a contract, and this would renew that effort for another year with Allison continuing that coordination. You may recall this is a 5-county effort, so Deschutes County holds an agreement with Crook County, Jefferson County, Klamath County, and Lake County, and each of those counties pay into that effort along with a separate agreement with the Forest Service, who also provides funds. We're in our second year of that agreement. Counties have paid into that for the second year. We're just submitting, I'll actually today be submitting a reimbursement for the Forest Service for their year of funding, and they've added another year of funding to this as well. So from the funding side, we have those funds on hand and are expecting a reimbursement for. Forest Service works on a reimbursement. Counties pay up front into a fund that we hold, so that we're in pretty good shape with the funds. I did check in with each of the county representatives before going ahead to renew this contract and ask for their input. They were all either neutral or in favor. The folks that were neutral hadn't really been able to participate much over the past year, so they're looking forward to participating a little bit more in the future, and Allison can touch on some thoughts on getting that group together a little bit more regularly here in just a minute. Yeah, I guess with that, I did ask Allison to come to give you just a few brief updates from this past year, in addition to where she sees this effort going in the coming year. So I'll turn it over to Alice.
One question before you get there. So are we having any challenges getting the money from the different, because there's a lot of entities paying in? Is the Forest Service paying when requested, and counties and things?
No issues with the counties. So they've paid into this now 2 years based on the fiscal year. So they paid earlier this fiscal year. When the fiscal year came around in July, we sent them an invoice. They've all paid that for the second time now. No issues or questions with that. Forest Service, since it's reimbursable, we went through the first year of Allison working on this first to show our match, essentially. We've met with them a couple different times in the last couple months. I don't anticipate any issues. We've given them updates and kind of preloaded them with what we'd be submitting for reimbursement. So I expect that when I send that in today, their typical turnaround, since they do electronic payments, is usually a week. So I'm not anticipating any issues with that. And like I said, they did just add on to their agreement another year of funding, which we just completed that agreement.
When John Allen was on the steering committee, he came to the meeting. I know, is the new leadership going to be involved, or do we have a designated person at the Forest Service that's going to be involved? Or?
Yes, multiple people, both forest supervisors, essentially. So Shane Jeffries from the Ochco, as well as Holly Jukes, now replacing John Allen, is actually, now that she's signed the agreement modification to add those funds, and is on board with this effort as well.
Okay, good, thanks. All right, welcome, Allison.
Wanted to make sure it was on. For the record, Allison Green, coordinator for Central Oregon Cohesive Strategy. So quick note, I have actually met separately in person with Holly to give her kind of a roadmap on what we've been working on. I've actually known Holly for a number of years, so I'm excited to work with her in a different capacity. So she will be stepping into kind of that same representation role that John was providing. So as for kind of the meetings moving forward in the scope of work, we did make a change to clearly define that. Essentially, the scope of work in the past was, regular meetings. Having calendar challenges and a few other things, we essentially put quarterly meetings. Typically, they'll be call-in. Then on the agenda for the January meeting, we will have, discussion of an in-person meeting, depending on what that, how it works for everybody else. And then also for that scope of work, very clearly defined, there will be monthly updates then provided, so that folks make sure they know exactly what's going on and what I've been up to. So a brief update on 2019, a few highlights. I know in the packet there was a full program of work, what was completed in the year. A few things I was pretty excited about. we essentially, in partnership, Project Wildfire pulled off a live prescribed fire tour in May. And so we took that model and pulled off another one in October in partnership with Ben Park and Rec. So we had about 30 members of the public come out and actually walk with us as we were doing a live prescribed burn, which was pretty fantastic. It was probably 100 yards away from the closest built environment there at Shevlin Commons, because it was taking place in Shevlin Park. We actually had a gentleman stop us afterwards and flat out tell us, "You completely changed my perspective of prescribed fire," which was very exciting to see. We had both of the main news channels out, did interviews on site and grabbed some footage with them. And then working in both collaboratives, and then with the Klamath Lake Forest Health Partnership, which is down in Klamath and Lake counties.
What's the other collaborative besides the Shoots Collaborative?
We have the Ochoco Restoration or Forest Restoration Collaborative. They're on the Ochoco National Forest. So been working with all three of those. Of course, Deschutes is where a lot of the energy is right now. They're going through a reapplication or a 5-year extension for their CFLRP. So helping with some of the technical writing of that, as well as
Say what that is.
the Collaborative
Oh,
Forest.
the CSLRP.
Yep,
Yes.
the Collaborative Forest Landscape Restoration Project.
Okay,
Yes.
great. Because it really helps people that are watching know what you're saying.
I was gonna say
Yes.
I'm fighting off a chest cold, so I'm a little out of sorts, if you will. So I revert back to acronyms when all else fails.
Thanks, Alex.
So, but with the Deschutes Collaborative Forest, one piece that I've been very involved in is their Prescribed Fire and Wildland Fire Use Subcommittee. So working with them on mapping their connections so that they can be more successful in outreach and building those connections in the future. And the whole intent behind that is to then stand up a coalition of folks that are going to be hopefully our advocates for prescribed fire into the future as we increase pace and scale of prescribed fire on public lands.
So real quick, acknowledging that. So that's kind of Forest Service, federal government effort, making sure we have citizens that understand what's going on, and then trying to get citizens to be advocates for this activity. And we've always said, 2 days of controlled smoke is so much better than a couple weeks of uncontrolled wildfire smoke, especially closely in near the urban wildland-urban interface.
Well, and along those lines too, is we just got our community response plan approved. Like, we just got the keys to the car. We don't want to sell it back to the folks that just gave it to us. So really trying to ramp up those efforts of increasing community education around prescribed fire and smoke, and making sure that we're still involved in the smoke collaborative, and working with those folks. Another piece along with the community response plan is we are working with a few folks with OSU Cascades and a few other folks that we know, to find a facilitator to actually put together a couple of focus groups for essentially sensitive populations that would be sensitive to smoke impacts, so that we can then gather some input. One of the biggest feedbacks in that community response plan from the state was, you guys made this awesome education tool, which is centraloregonfire.org. There's no feedback loops. So the idea came up to actually build some of those feedback loops in, so that'll hopefully be something in the spring of 2020 that we'll be able to put on the ground. We've been working on trying to get price quotes for folks that facilitate focus groups, which has ended up being a lot more difficult than I was expecting. If I Google, focus group firms, all kinds of offers to be a focus group participant, but not how to actually hire those firms. So we're trying to tap into our network to see who we can find. Other things in 2019 that we worked on, we have places in central Washington that were interested in this model for the 5-county effort and trying to design something similar. So I've been trying to share that model in some of our MOUs and some of our guiding documents so that they can then produce something similar up there. One of their takeaways from the strategic plan that they wrote back in 2018, I believe, was to make sure that they had regional efforts around fire-adapted communities. So they're going to then adopt our kind of regional model for the 5-county model there in Washington. And then also working with Boise, Idaho, they have a really robust Firewise community network, but they want to start up something regional as well. So got to go up there in May. They actually were gracious enough to pay for travel. So we got to go up there without charging anything to the program, and then giving a presentation on our model that then they could then adopt. And a few other things that are going on that will carry through till 2020. Lots of conversations around biomass and biomass utilization. So working on creating a partnership between Red Rock Biofuels, which is down in Lakeview, and our local solid waste folks. Right now, we have kind of reached a point in the discussion where Red Rock is saying, hey, we don't want yard debris, but if there's parts of that yard debris they can utilize, we're trying to figure out what that sweet spot is to get some of that material to go down to Lakeview. Also had a great conversation with a company called Altree. They're looking at actually making products in Prineville, so building a plant in Prineville that then they would use small trees, branches, essentially melt them down and then create composite for road signs, building materials, things of that nature. So I've had a couple meetings with them, and I'm kind of staying in contact with them. They're wanting to put a plant in Oregon, and we're hoping that that's going to be Prineville. So that'll be something I'll just kind of keep my eye on as it progresses. And also working with Sustainable Northwest. So they are a Pacific Northwest group that works on biomass, also with juniper utilization. So making sure that that partnership is clear, and making sure that we are kind of open lines of communication so that we can then jump on those opportunities as they come up to have biomass utilization here in Central Oregon. And then I think a couple other, like the last couple things is, again, working with the collaboratives is looking at messaging around resilient landscapes for different user groups. So for folks that didn't see it, in September, the Ochco National Forest had close to a 5,000 acre prescribed burn take place, which was really exciting for resilient landscape and landscape scale restoration. But they had a few user groups that were not super pumped, hunters being one of those groups. And so how can we customize some of those messaging around, hunters, OHV folks that horseback ride, other types of kind of those sections of recreation, so that then they can also be our advocates. We've done an awesome job of trail riders, trail runners, folks like that. That's a really small subsection of our recreationalists that are out in the woods. So how can we make advocates of those different sections of our recreation folks? And then finally, working with COCC, we've put together some classes that are based on assessing structure ignition potential classes that are put forth by NFPA. We essentially took the public domain research from U.S. Forest Service, put it into a class, and then designed classes with the help of Ed Keith and Oregon Department of Forestry, and then COCC is giving us the rooms to do that. So essentially we did 2 in September. We had 75 folks in total over the course of 2 days. We have some coming up in early January that are actually full, so 80 people total. And then we have some coming up in April. What's really exciting is that education is now getting places that it wasn't before. I was telling the Project Wildfire group what I'm most excited for in January. I maybe only know 10% of the people. There are new people in that class. Like, we're not preaching to the choir anymore. And, I've seen folks from the building community, landscape architects, real estate agents, folks like that going through the class in January. And it's pretty exciting to see.
What's the focus of the class?
Assessing structure ignition potential. So it's drilling down to the home itself, its home ignition zone, and what essentially causes homes to ignite or not ignite during a wildland-urban interface event. So both Commissioner Adair and Damone
Is that in September?
That was in September, yes,
Really?
ma'am. Yes.
Okay.
You
I'm
were
like,
there.
I know I was there. I'm like going, oh, that was September. I was thinking.
That was.
October.
This year flew. It absolutely flew.
Completion.
Yes.
On my corkboard in my office.
Yeah, no, it was excellent, actually,
glad.
and I'm so glad to hear that you're expanding your network.
Well, that's all to our partners. Like, it wouldn't be possible without COCC. 100% is, we can have these 1 hour, 20-minute, here and there presentations, but we don't get to dig into it the same way that we do when we commit to a whole day class. And kind of,
Yeah,
go ahead.
so this is kind of connected to what I wanted to kind of say about the direction of the cohesive strategy effort, is that meanwhile, we're doing wildfire mapping and looking at the zoning and building codes. So I wonder how many of those, it's a real intense committee looking at, do we build houses differently? Basically in wild risk or wildfire risk areas. So I wonder if any of those people have signed up for the class or would want to. It's a real identifiable group that Nick and Peter, and we can tell you who they are, and that'd be good to get them in if you're really proceeding through because that's really a big topic. So I don't know if that connection's been made, but that's to me, that's the kind of connection that Cohesive Strategies can have of overseeing the bigger projects that we're doing. And I'm sure you probably know about this, but I didn't know if you had connected with them.
Yes, actually. Zechariah Heck from CDD helped distribute that when the course was announced, so all those folks got early warning. I haven't seen the actual registration list, so I couldn't speak to whether they chose to sign up or not, but we shared that with them early on when the registration first came out through CDD.
Well, if they don't come to your class, maybe you could do a mini class to them or something. I mean, since you're doing the work. But, yeah, good, okay.
And I think the last thing coming up in 2020 that we're still working on, it's relatively new in the state, is working on our local definition of what shared stewardship is. So that essentially was throughout the state. It's a big term in cohesive strategy. It's kind of a new buzzword that a lot of folks don't necessarily know what it means. But both our federal partners and our state partners are getting guidance that you will work on this thing. And so we are working with kind of the regional partners at Region 6, Katie Lighthall at the Western Region, and along with the state forestry folks to figure out what that local definition of shared stewardship means. In short, it's going to be a lot of cross-boundary work and prioritized work across boundaries and ownership is kind of what it's going to look like, but we don't know what that implementation will look like quite yet.
Questions or thoughts?
Well, I think, citizens are ready for this knowledge, and we do have a long history of thinking about living in this fire-adapted communities in wildfire-prone Central Oregon. So, this is taking it to the next level. Thank you for your efforts, and thank you, Jody, for running Project Wildfire for this last year or however long it's been. Sorry. We've got the history of this. Let's take it to the next level, and this really does matter for everybody inside and outside the wildland-urban interface areas inside of a city or outside of a city.
Oh, thank you.
Commissioner Dare?
No, I wanted to say, after attending your class for the 8 hours, I thought it was incredibly significant. And when I used to hear about people, chipping and putting their bark down, to me, that was just like not the right thing to do. And I know I won't be replacing bark at my house because I know 0 to 5, you don't want to have anything like that. You want your bushes trimmed back. And I'm always pointing out to people how we all need to think about it. And because you never know where a fire will start, and if you're not home, it could be a really sad story. So thank you so much for that class.
One area that I would like to see is, I know when we were approving this new structure, that was really one of the targets I thought was this issue of trying to get grant funds to do the kind of projects we've done historically in our area. Any progress on that, or any ideas of new sources of funds for fire reduction work that has been so good in our county?
So that's a good question. As of right now, kind of helping groups that are set up to get the funding has been my primary focus. Essentially helping the Ochoco National Forest put in their Joint Chiefs proposal so that they can work on both public and private lands. Essentially the Deschutes Joint Chiefs group, they decided to go with an OWEB grant, so a technical assistance grant to help educate landowners. So both those grant proposals are in.
You say they decided to go with that. Couldn't they have gone with both? I mean,
they could have gone with both. There was some discussions about, there was a significant push down in South County for that Joint Chiefs funding, but we had some trouble kind of having some strategic educational pushes to get landowners on private lands on board. So we ended up having a couple of partners actually end up sending money back. Deschutes County luckily was not one of them, but it is one of those things where it was almost, we had to take a couple steps backwards to move forward. I would have liked them to go with both, but only one voice on that group. And so working with Soil and Water Conservation District and a few other folks to bolster that education, which was really successful in Lake and Klamath counties, to have folks understand what, essentially who NRCS is, or Natural Resources Conservation Service, what their grant programs can do, and the reality of contracting, the reality of applying for those funds, and what that actually looks like. And so it was an idea to take a step back and hopefully boost education to then boost better outcomes with grant funding on the ground, was the idea.
Well, that would be one area that, if we can be of any help in encouraging the grant funding and things, we're happy to do, I think, as commissioners, because I think that was one of the things we talked about a lot in terms of why this cohesive strategy makes sense as a 5-county area, but also just as a way to reach out for funding that we don't have otherwise, that aren't really the additional, so, good.
So yeah, just an advocate for industry, small diameter logs. The trees are healthiest when there's a little bit of spacing between them, and we got to a point in the last generation where we weren't touching the forest, and we see it in Sun River and around that area where we wanted to save every tree, but then all the trees are not healthy. So, advocating in private industry for small diameter utilization, chips themselves, and other uses of biomass. And there's a lot of people working on that problem too. So, keep us informed what we can do to advocate or to support, or just get the community to understand what's going on out there. And that's exactly what this effort is. So, thank you.
So I guess,
I move that we have consideration of administrator's signature of document number 2019-839, the Cohesive Strategy Coordinator Contract.
And I'll second it.
okay, further comments? Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And Chair votes yes. Thank you. Thanks for coming today.
Thanks, Allison.
Okay, we'll move on to our next item. We've got 3 items we're going to try to finish by about 10:15 or 10:20. This is the land donation agreement with the city of Redmond
Thank you, Jody. Thank you.
for our pilot project that the Redmond's doing, and we've added a couple of new sentences, I guess, in the reversion clause. So we don't need to, we've been through it, so we don't need to necessarily go through all of it.
I was going to just hit some high points, and again, it is formerly James Lewis, property manager for Deschutes County, and it's document number 2019-847. And again, it's a donation agreement. It's for the 40 acres that lies adjacent to the Redmond city limits, UGB on the east side. In the agreement itself, it memorializes that Redmond will be conducting the work under the pilot project on House Bill 4079 and 2336. But the agreement itself, the main points of the agreement are particularly Exhibits B and Exhibit C. Exhibit B is the schedule of tasks and associated timelines, and that puts the onus on Redmond over the next 2 years to do all of the work necessary to partition the property so it can be formally deeded to them, and then subsequently get the land use entitlements for a master plan approval that will allow them to develop over 500 units, 50% of which will be affordable housing, to work with a master developer, and then subsequently get toward construction beginning in the spring of 2023. So essentially, it'll take 3 years to get through this whole land use planning and master planning process. So with that, 2 other provisions, and then I'll conclude my remarks, are the right of reversion, the elective right of reversion, and right of reversion. So essentially, with that list of tasks and timelines, that Redmond put together, the elective right of reversion requires them to spend $1 million toward development and construction within the initial 7 years after they acquire the property. If they do not do that, Deschutes County has the ability to reacquire the property from the city of Redmond, and that's important because it keeps them on task and makes sure the project goes forward. And then the right of reversion is that if for some reason they just completely, the project goes awry for any reason, the county has the ability to acquire the property back, any unsold portion of the property. So that's kind of the highlights and the overview. If you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer.
Has Redmond signed this? Did they sign it last night?
Yes, it's my understanding it was, I don't know that they signed it, but it was on their council's agenda last night, so I'm assuming they signed it.
Well, just a couple of comments. Real happy to be working with Redmond. I know they're going to put a lot of effort into this. Just reading through the scope of it and what they have to meet, it's a pretty big challenge to do the affordable part at the same time as the market rate. And then I'm really glad they'll have I assume that we'll be able to get the same information that LCDC gets with regard to how they're doing on the project, their annual reporting. It's going to be very interesting, but we want to wish them the best success, and if we can help more, that's great, but I'm really happy about this.
Well, and a couple of weeks ago, this was their number one priority, get clear, piece of paper that says they have the access to the land and the ownership. So this is that document that really does move this whole project forward. It's a big state legislative effort. I hopefully, and I do support that there'll be other urban growth expansion and development around Redmond too. So hopefully it just doesn't perturb the private developers too much.
Commissioner Dare?
It's, 485 homes, including apartments, and it's critical for the housing shortage. And if anyone can do this efficiently, I believe that Redmond can. You see what they've done with their community, the diversification, all the manufacturing they've brought into Redmond. So this is just going to, go partner with that. And definitely, I'm really happy that we're doing it. And I'm also hoping that they put in a greenhouse. So those people can have like a garden there, because it's, it's only 40 acres, and that's a lot of people on those 40 acres. So that was one thing I'd mentioned at their meeting.
Good.
And I know Chris Hanna is all for that.
Tom, did you want to say anything, or?
No, Commissioners, we will continue to work closely with Redmond staff to monitor progress. I imagine, as you know, we have 2 or 3 joint meetings a year with the city council up there, and I would imagine this is going to be a regular agenda item on those meetings for them to provide updates to all of you on their progress moving it forward. James is on their advisory committee, so he'll be checking in with them and getting regular reports and contributing to the discussion on how this is moving forward. So from a staff perspective, we're all in, and we'll continue to do our best to help it along.
Dave, any comments on the contract?
No, we've worked with it with James and the city, and comfortable with it.
And the reversion's really a fallback if there's some kind of colossal, inability to do it, but we're hoping that doesn't come, so, okay. Let's seek a motion and support board signature document.
With that, I'll move board signature document number 2019-847, land donation agreement with the city of Redmond.
And I'll second it.
Okay, Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Chair votes yes. Thanks, James, for working this through. Thanks, Dave, for negotiating on it. All right, our next item on the agenda is the Land Conservation Development Department Technical Assistant Grant Award. So we're going to get an update on. I put this on the agenda just to hear it's written up pretty well what we got, but just kind of hear what you learned in the process. I think we were optimistic we'd get a grant from LCDC, but it wasn't, for sure. And anyway.
Yeah. Good morning, Commissioners. Tanya Saltzman, excuse me. Associate Planner. So yeah, this is just a brief check-in. I want to be aware of your time. I know it's a big agenda today. As you might recall, at the end of September, Zechariah Heck, my colleague, put together a large grant proposal for the DLCD Technical Assistance Grant Award to address 4 different tasks that ultimately would get us a little bit more towards working towards the comprehensive plan. And we've received notice that we have received $25,000 in a technical assistance grant, and that addresses 2 of the 4 items that were in the application. I do have copies of the application in case anybody would like that. Just let me know.
I think we have.
You have them. Okay, good. And those are $10,000 to incorporate Wildfire Mitigation Advisory Committee recommendations into the Comprehensive Plan and Development Code. And then the second is to begin updating the Goal 5 wildlife habitat inventories, and that would be for $15,000. And those go with some in-kind contributions as well. Just a little bit of background. There's many facets of a comprehensive plan. There's a bunch of projects on the first page of the memorandum provided that just show some of them, some of which are in progress right now, some are kind of in the pipeline. Of those, we selected 4 to kind of put in this grant. Those things need additional attention. It could benefit from either a consultant or additional funding in some sort of fashion. Those were to do a housing strategies report, Terrebonne Sewer Feasibility Study, updating the wildlife inventories, and Wildfire Mitigation Advisory Committee. So all of these things ultimately will be knit together to be able to move forward in a comprehensive plan sometime in the future. Some of it is a combination of data collection, a little bit of public outreach, working with ODF&W to kind of figure out a strategy for analyzing existing data about wildlife. It's a whole host of tasks that will get us poised to be able to knit these things together to then go forward to work on a comprehensive plan, because obviously all of these things are interrelated. You can't look at housing without looking at wildlife, without looking at wildfire, et cetera, et cetera. So we're trying to kind of move forward with these, whatever tasks we can, with whatever assistance has been provided, and with the ultimate goal of forming recommendations for the comprehensive plan. So we look to, we will reach out to ODF&W, and I believe Goal 5, a DLCD Goal 5 coordinator, to finesse a scope of work, which we'd then go back to the board in January to discuss that in more detail in terms of the 18-month plan. So this is just meant as a check-in to let you know where we are and what our plans are, and see if you have any questions or issues with us moving forward.
One question I have is, so they allocate the money in the amounts that they say, and we're to match them, but where does the money go? Is it to pay a specific staff person, or do they bring in staff people?
I believe it's a combination of things. So we do have some consultant work envisioned for particularly the Goal 5 and the wildlife, and I believe some of it goes to that.
Do they tell you, or do you? Or was it part of your application?
It was part of the application. It did parse it out a little bit, but I think there is some flexibility from what we've learned from DLCD in terms of how we allocate it.
Exactly. Nick Leland, Deschutes County Community Development Director. For the record, Commissioner, we'll begin to identify exactly where the resources are going to be expended as we go through the scoping process and we develop our scope of work with the Board of Commissioners. But none of the money would go back to DLCD to pay for any of their staffing resources. The question would it be to offset some of our staffing resources, and/or would we hire consultants for specific parts of these two projects?
Well, we're probably going to, and I mean, we have overhead and ongoing expenses and other costs as we do these projects. So this is just a kind of an amount to set direction to these two efforts from the state's point of view, is the way I see this.
And I remember that it wasn't really looking like we were actually going to get the grant funding, but we took the risk. So I want to thank, Zachariah for writing the proposal. He was successful, and, it's work that needs to be done. So I'm really happy that we're going to have some support financially from someone else.
I would just offer that the day we received the letter awarding the grant, or notifying us that we were going to award the grant, I thanked DLCD immediately for the grant award, and they replied just as promptly, stating that they recognized Deschutes County as really a leader in planning in the state of Oregon. It was one of the deciding factors, which is very encouraging.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you. Well, thanks for getting this done and applying for it, and 2 out of 4 is not bad. And
Well, and I was going to say, on the, the bulleted list of items that included that weren't really selected for the application, we're going to do all those anyways. Everything's happening.
Okay, I don't know that this was just an update, so we don't need to pass any motions, but thanks for joining us today and explaining that. We look forward to hearing more about it. Thank you. Okay, our next item this morning is a public hearing on the consideration of signature of order number 2019-048, assigning the name Narv Lane to a public road. And Peter Russell is going to lead us. We have a hearing on this at this point.
Okay, up with the podium here.
Am I supposed to have a script?
I'll get to that in just a second. I can convince this mouse to actually do
I'm used to
something.
having a script.
Sharon, why does the mouse not work?
Maybe it doesn't like you, Peter.
User error.
There's a magic button.
There's a magic button?
Yeah. Now it should work.
Oh, look at
I know.
that.
There's a magic.
You want to do the
button.
PowerPoint too?
Literally is just a button that suddenly
The
makes
big
it
red
work.
one that says push this button.
Yeah, if you'd like to stay and do the presentation. All right, thanks, Tanya. All right. Almost there.
We're on schedule.
Well, we might be on
We're ahead
schedule.
of schedule, except for Peter.
Greetings, Peter Russell, Senior Transportation Planner for Deschutes County. So, in answer to your question, Commissioner, we don't follow exactly the land use hearing process because this is Title 16. It's not Title 17 or 18. So it is a public hearing, but you don't have to go through the disclosure or does anyone care to challenge anything like that? But then you just kind of run the meeting as normal. So you don't have to have that part in it unless Dave wants to correct me because I'm wrong. But okay,
You're
Dave.
correct.
Just stating that it's a public hearing.
Yeah, it's just public hearing. So, and what we're here for is board consideration to sign Order 2019-048, which would assign the name approved in file 247-19-00574RN, which would be Narv Lane for a public right-of-way. So the way we'll do the hearings process is that we'll have the board chair will open the hearing. Staff will give a presentation. I know you have a jammed agenda, so I have, I think, maybe 6 slides, so it's not very long. Then you'll.
We're actually 15 minutes ahead of time, so this is our last item this morning, so you're good.
So I will speak more slowly.
Oh, you're good.
Okay, so comments by the applicant or parties affected by the address. Again, it's a little different from land use. We send notice to people who either own or rent property on the affected road. We have the applicant here. The board decides then typically whether to continue or close the hearing, and then the board decides whether to approve the order signing the road name. So Deschutes County Code 1616, which is our road naming code, that applies to this particular application. Heidi Narver, who's here today, applied for the road name. She's an adjacent property owner, so legally she can do this. The 30-foot wide public road was dedicated to the county. Part of the steps we go through in Title 1616 is determine the legal status of the road, so this was a legal road. We sent out notice to those who adjoined the affected roadway. We received no public comment on it. We reviewed the application and then with the property address coordinator, who's Tracy Griffin, and there were several proposed names. We couldn't use Narv Road because under our county code, if it's less than 60 feet wide, it has to be a lane or a terrace, so we went with Narv Lane. Then we held a work session with the board on December 9th, went over the pros and cons of the particular road name and what you'd get from an online search versus what you'd get from a hardcover dictionary. Discussed that matter with the board. And then where we are, I couldn't get this any bigger, but basically Walker Road, right where it makes that 90-degree bend to go to the north, that's where this public roadway comes south of it. It appears on the east edge of tax lot 171434AA, tax lot 100, which is the east edge of this property. Again, it's a 30-foot wide public road that was accepted into the county road system in January 3rd, 2007. This yellow highlighted area is Ms. Narver's property. Her concerns were safety using Walker Road as access to the property. So she would prefer to use the public road on the east side of her property. Well, in order to do that and get a driveway permit, you need to have the road be named. Also, Deschutes County, our road naming system, it's set up for public safety and emergency responders. So if she's physically accessing on the east side of her property, you want to make sure that it has a distinct name so they'll know how to get to that property should they need to for fire and life safety services reasons. Among her suggested names, Narv is a family nickname and honors her late brother. So that's why she chose that.
One question, Peter, when you say access from the east side, so is that at that looping road at the kind of the bottom that would become the access from over there into the straight road? Is that the?
So yeah, so you can see it better on this diagram here. So you see that thin red box? That's actually the public roadway. So you'd come south from Walker, and then she'd work with the road department to see where the physical access would occur on the from that red box onto the property.
I think that curved road is BLM.
Yeah.
Public lane.
Oh.
Yep. Yeah, I was going to get to that. So what you can see on there's the Alfalfa transfer station. That's kind of that gray gravelly area, and then where the light colored dirt road curves, that's the BLM access to Reynolds Pond, as Commissioner DeBone mentioned. Okay. So really, that's all I have, unless the board has any questions as staff, at which point I will step out of the way and you can open the hearing. I'll put this back up just in case you want to see where the road is.
Peter, before we open the hearing? Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So I'll open the hearing on the naming of Narv Lane. The public road has been described by Peter Russell. I guess you must be the proponent of this, so if you'd like to come up and say anything, you can. Now is the time. I don't know if you have to, does she need to fill out a form, the blue form? So, and we can do that afterwards too. I mean, you can come up and speak, and then we just turn that into Sharon after. But if you want to join us here, yeah, sit there and, or you can sit at the table if you want. Yeah, that's great. Just introduce yourself for the record, and then just.
I'm Heidi Narver, the property owner, and Narv Lane is a family nickname, like he said, and my older brother passed away, and it was definitely like his nickname, and just to kind of honor him, and thought it'd be fun to have a road name. I've never got to name a road.
Yeah.
We don't do it too often either.
Yeah.
I had one question, and I don't know if you know the answer. So it says that, I think Peter said that it's been a public road since 2007 or something. So why doesn't it get named when it becomes a public road, or what's the? I'm just curious. I don't know enough about the process.
Because at that time, no property was taking access from it. This property that Ms. Narver owns was split off from the larger property to the west, and that property was taking its access off Walker Road. So if it were a subdivision, we would have named it at the time, but the county has a fair number of local access roads and public roads that are unnamed. Under our code, if it provides access to 3 or more tax lots, we have to name them. Typically, that doesn't happen until it's brought to our attention, to be honest, or if a property owner wants it to be named. So there was no reason to name it because nobody was really using it to get to the property.
Commissioners, I would add, I think that, there's public safety reasons for the road naming also. So the public safety, police, fire have a clearer path to find a property by accessing off a named road as opposed to the sort of the parent road, if you will, in this case, Walker to the north.
The road at the corner of Walker Road where it turns north, calling it that, yeah.
So I have a question. How soon will this show up on Google Maps? Because my street doesn't even show up when I'm driving to my house, and it's over a mile long, and it always wants us to turn right on Goodrich Place, and it does that for the FedEx, to, all the directions. So how soon will Heidi expect this to show up?
So I can't speak for Google, but for the county, we send notice to our road department, send notice to 911, we send notice to the property assessors, and so they go through their, timelines to get it on the county road. So I can't give you an exact time date, but it's in process. They're aware of it. I know that 911 had called earlier and said, hey, can we start using this? And we're like, well, no, because yes, we have a staff decision, but the board has to formally assign the road. So once I get back, and depending on what your decision is, we'll work with the property address coordinator and then also inform the road department. Then the road department, they have to make a sign. It's the property owner who has to help fund the construction of putting up the sign, so the road department has a fee for that. So there's some steps to come, subsequent. But when Google updates their software, I don't know. I can see if I can find out, but I can't tell you how soon it's going to pop up in Google.
No, I mean, I was just wondering, okay, so are you building a home there? Mm-hmm. Okay, so if you're at your home and you call 911, will they just know because of the location on their phone where to go?
They could do that, but also, again, they update much more frequently than Google because obviously there's life safety issues with
Right.
911. So, we work with Evan, I believe is the gentleman's name at 911. So as soon as we get this done, we get it to Evan, and then Evan works his end to get it into the database.
Okay.
I think, there's the map layers for Deschutes County at our assessor's office. There's, layers there, and then 911 public safety. So the local will be put in place before, commercial industry is what Google is. They whenever they pick it up, they'll pick it up. But it'll be in our local records.
I mean, my address has been a mess forever. It's very strange. So I just wondered, that's not a local issue, though.
If it's in Dial, that would be the local
Well, Google might have a
documentation.
system, we could investigate
Yeah,
that.
so
They
I'm
may
saying
have
there's a
system to
bridge there.
Send to somebody an update and they add it. I don't know, that'd be, Peter can find that out. I don't know how you call Google, but they can call us.
I
They
can
know where
Google
you
it.
are.
Let's
I'm not sure.
Google it.
Just Google it.
Yeah. How to Google, yeah. Well, that'd be interesting. You may actually find it.
Let me know, please.
In our neighborhood too, there was somehow they made a connection to a road that wasn't really there. And yeah, people would be routed all around South County to try to get to our neighborhoods. We've seen that before.
I know, it's just, yeah, it's,
But that's a commercial product opposed to our official records.
okay, well, good. I'm glad our record is adequate.
Well, just for the order, so any other comments or?
No.
Thank you for.
So real
coming
quick
today,
question.
Heidi.
So you were involved in that dedication process also? The 30-foot right-of-way previously?
So, with the road or?
That was the earlier
Previous-
property owner
Okay,
did that
yeah.
as part of it, and there was a lot line adjustment, so I don't believe Ms. Narver was involved with those land use applications.
And then is it a process that you found that you needed to have it named so you could get your driveway on that road instead of off of Walker Road?
Mm-hmm.
So it's just kind of, you were guided to this process to get this
To build a
driveway,
house, yeah, you need an
driveway
address.
access, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
interesting. Well, thanks for joining us today. I'm gonna, if you'll fill that out real quick, we'll get, I just make a call for any other testimony. It doesn't look like anyone else is here to do that, so I think we could close the hearing, and what's the will of the commission? Would you like to go ahead and vote on this today? There's an ordinance or an order drawn up here. We could we approve this and do a first reading, or is this a first reading thing?
It's just a single reading.
Okay,
Court order.
okay. So, you want to,
I move we approve order assigning the name of Narv Lane to a public road extending approximately 1,125 feet south of Walker Road. It's order number 2019-048.
And I'll second it.
okay. Any further comments?
So, yeah, seeing no community opposition, I'll be in support of this.
Okay.
Just funny, you're here all by yourself.
Nice to
Like
meet you,
said,
Heidi.
You get to name your own road.
Awesome, thank
Good.
you.
All right, so Commissioner Adair,
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes,
And the chair votes yes.
congratulations.
So thank you. Congratulations. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
And if you can just, turn that into Sharon so we have it for the record.
Do I need, I don't think I need.
Peter can help you with that. So I think that ends our, what we had on the agenda this morning. We're actually a little bit early. So did you want to, does anybody want to update on anything? Do some meeting updates for 15 minutes or whatever? Are we going to ride together to the county, take the county rig? Okay. I put enough gas in it to get there and back, that's all. I about ran out.
Well, that would look really good.
Yeah, Commissioner stranded along. Well, we could call the sheriff and they could take us, but,
So we could acknowledge that our meeting did start an hour early today. If there was anybody here for public testimony,
oh,
just in case.
Yes, it did start at 9 today.
yeah, I suppose that's true.
Well, let's see. I was at the Health Council meeting.
Okay,
Let's see, what was last week? I was at the Health Council meeting on, after our budget meeting on Thursday, and they had a presentation from Traces, which had received a significant amount of funding prior. And so they have 3 applicants for the funding. I believe it's like 1.3 million. It's between our stabilization center, Thrive, and Traces. So that decision, that vote will occur in January, the allocation of that funding. And yeah, on Monday morning, I was met with Brandy Schreier and Holly and Michael and Michael from the Sheriff's Office regarding Gills and Schultz regarding the funding we're doing through the Criminal Justice Department, and that grant, which they have $10 million for, they haven't released the parameters of the application, but we are working on it in advance so that we're ready to go. We're hoping that we'll know what the number is as far as what we need to apply for to help stabilization and help with the justice system. So that was Monday, and then yesterday at ODOT, Wayne Fording spoke on behalf of our region. The entire state was there, and the issues that ODOT has regarding, just like that project in Portland, they had all kinds of testimony on both sides for
The
it.
Rose Quarter.
Right,
Was that
Rose
during a
Quarter.
public comment?
Yeah, it was public comment. And, people are saying, no, don't do it at all, because the world's going to end in 10 years. And then you had
Well, that's a good reason.
then you had the other side, you had a minority contractors that were speaking on how they would like to keep some of those jobs in the community. So it was a pretty good balance. And, and then I did, I was sitting and talking with Gary regarding this afternoon, what we're doing. So that was yesterday.
Was there a particular, I know we'd gotten invitations, but a particular goal you had in going to that meeting, or?
I wanted to find out how their decision-making is. And they actually had gotten a letter from the governor, I believe on Monday. And the letter from the governor said, hold off, don't do anything on Rose Quarter for some reasons, which they didn't really share, but she said, you've got to hold off on this. And so they were being respectful of what she said. And, just to see the dynamics, and we do have someone, Commissioner Smith is a new appointee on the commission, so I did talk to her because she had called me.
Where is she from?
And,
Sharon Smith.
Oh, Sharon Smith, yeah.
yes, Sharon Smith, Commissioner Smith. And so she's on the commission, and I had dinner in Sun River with all the other commissioners at their table. I think that was in November. So it was good seeing some of them, and the cross-section of the room, there were quite a few people that had complaints with ODOT, and they actually made them in public comments. So, they're trying to get to the bottom of this, boondoggle in Portland, and that was, as Gary said, a bigger problem than we had.
Well, it's huge. Yeah, getting out of there, even the convention center Monday, somebody let me in so I could get over to get on 84, but it's backed up at 3:30, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's just all backed up, and I was listening to the road reports as I was leaving town Monday, and, going from there to the I-5 was 30 minutes, which is probably a 10-minute drive or less. But it was, really interesting.
No, I just think that the ODOT meeting, and I did talk to a lot of people in the room when it was over, and it was, they had a great representation, though, from throughout the state. So I just felt like it's important because, as I say, I don't feel like Deschutes County is getting their fair share.
Yeah.
We are not getting our fair share, and I feel like we really need to, I went up,
Maybe that'd be a good thing for us to go and make public comments.
Right,
Because that's
right.
I feel that
Take turns, go every time.
of
they do.
$5 billion, we're not getting our 5% of that, or 7%, which
No, we're not.
would be more accurate of what we should get. So why is that, and how do we get it? And so that was good. Just on transportation, the governor spoke at the Leadership Summit Monday. She was asked about the new bridge across to Washington, and was optimistic that they're getting ready to propose it again, and they're optimistic that it'll get done because new governor in Washington, Washingtonians know the value of it as well as Oregonians. That we're in a better economy than we were in 2013, so she brought that up. She wasn't excited about talking about it, but she did talk about it, and that was kind of interesting.
They did have someone from Washington State talking about the bridge
Yeah, good.
at this meeting,
Yeah.
that they actually know about it this time.
Yeah.
So he said, I don't want to mention the Columbia River crossing.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Any comments about our Monday meeting?
Yeah, so real quick, thinking back, so Saturday, we were all at the ribbon cutting for Habitat for Humanity in southern Deschutes County in La Pine, so that was real exciting, real positive event. 3 people getting home keys handed to them for home ownership, so that was real positive for the area, and the plans for the next triplex and a couple other units in that area, so we can all celebrate that we were partners in that. But yeah, so the Oregon Business Plan Leadership Summit, I think there was about 1,100 people there, I heard from someone. a lot of folks from all around the state. You can just see kind of the density driving the decision-making process. Representative Lynn Finley from Eastern Oregon talking about how the statewide land use really just kind of puts a throttle on some of the development in their rural Malheur County. And right across the river on the other side in Idaho, they're building 5 or 6 times more houses in a county that's parallel to them. So I think it was mentioned when the onion sheds all collapsed in a big snowstorm years ago, redevelopment's happening on the other side of the river. So that's the decisions of the leadership, and that's the realities of what's going on out there. Obviously, Deschutes County, we're just in that kind of big middle ground. We're a big player, being generally a smaller county, but everybody knows Deschutes County.
So, yeah, I'll make a couple comments about it too. I thought it was fairly interesting. It's a lot of business leaders and a lot of political leaders, and a lot of discussion about issues. I mean, it was really pretty intense, going from fire stuff to transportation things to education, et cetera. I'm concerned with most of the plans involve spending more money, which I'm not quite sure where that's all going to come from, whether. But anyway, there was some really good speakers. It was really kind of focused on rural versus urban, and how do we get improve that divide. And some of the Peter Courtney, the leader of the Senate, was interesting about some of those views. But I thought it was worth going to, and the governor spoke, the leaders of the House and Senate, other entities, heads of big corporations like PGE, PP&L, et cetera, and kind of interesting to hear their philosophy about it.
And the big picture was, the theme was the long game, and the idea was, what does a 10-year vision look like for business and leadership in the state? And it was also connected to next year. So that this was the first time that I was at an event starting thinking about the next decade. And in a week or two we're saying goodbye to the 19 and going into 20. So this is the first time I sat at something thinking, okay, yeah, what is the next 10 years?
They kept referring to it as end of a decade. So
well, it's fascinating because every morning I'm watching the top states in the nation, and Illinois was 5th top for business, Nevada was 4th, and today it was North Dakota. And you look at what that category tax is going to do to the state of Oregon. Businesses are going to, if they were thinking about coming here, they're going to circle around, and I believe the top tax was like 2.9% in North Dakota. Actually, the Eastern Oregon Summit that was in Hermiston, it's going to be in Hermiston again this year. Next year. It's going to be July 23rd and 24th, and they are really wanting to really promote this because we do have more rural emphasis with that summit, and they want to move it down to Deschutes County at some time. They want to circle it around. So I've been working with Bobby Levy on that, and it's they've got a great venue, having it at Hermiston High School, and it seems like a great group. And Phil's on that team. Phil Shears. Yeah, so he's been really promoting that. So hopefully that'll go. But I think we'll have maybe more of an Eastern Oregon influence, and they're going to do a tour on the 23rd. But they're going to give you options on where you want to go. Do you want to go see water? Do you want to see the forest? Or do you want to see agriculture? And they're going to work the region from those points of view.
Well, that kind of just brings to mind our efforts in Central Oregon with EDCO and diversifying the economy. We have an example of a place that we have brought in high-tech manufacturing, biotechnology, diversifying the economy, startup environment, and that's all here in the Tri-County area. So, yeah, we could do that a lot more for the eastern side of the state, too.
Well, and that was another, actually, I forgot to mention that one of the fascinating parts of the conference was some speakers about business advances, and one was about 3D printing and how remarkable that is. And Hewlett-Packard and Corvallis was really the starter of that, but they had other discussions about making things, and he put on a presentation of things that can be made with these 3D printers of all different materials. It was fascinating, and they had a lot of discussion about other business things, but it does, some of it, I don't know how much of it goes, or some of it I'm not sure goes on here as much, but.
Well, did you guys see the special on Kawak, you know, that do the inserts for the Chinook helicopters for LA County Fire? That all those inserts are made here. They're either 1,000 or 30, you remember on our tour? Or the 3,500 gallon. And I just saw that on the news the other day. I'm not sure if it was when I was in LA or here, but it's like it's an amazing, you know, diversification here.
When I was explaining that to somebody, the fact that it's a lot different than dipping a bucket and having that big swinging bucket underneath you, because they're pulling the water up and having it in the center of their helicopter and then dropping it very precisely.
I mean, they can pull it up in like a minute.
Yeah.
It's incredible technology, so.
So anyway, one other meeting I wanted to update. I went to the 911 meeting yesterday. Just got an update. I hadn't been in the November
Great,
meeting. I'm
good.
not sure.
So you were able to
Yeah,
attend.
I was
Good.
able to go to that, and they're moving forward with their CAD program, and they're programming all the monitors, and they're kind of halfway through that. So that was interesting. Their rollout of that's, I think, occurs in the spring, which is when the new schedule was. They've gotten some more bids coming in for the tower at Overturf, better bids. Apparently this round, there's been a lot more interest by contractors, and I think that's kind of typical of contracting, that they hit a better time, and so waiting to do that and is a good idea. And one contractor even came up with a new approach to it, so that was positive. Tom, you think of anything else that was kind of highlights there?
Trot's here working on.
Yeah,
the,
Trot's back.
On
That was
the
great.
overall system assessment, whether we look at simulcast, different sort of system-wide improvements that, you know, may be a good idea.
Yeah, that's great that we brought them back. I mean, it seemed like they did such a great job before, so. They're the consultants from Texas, I think. Yeah. That helped us with before with the radio
Yeah, so I was
system.
at my desk and I sent Sarah Crosswhite a note saying I'm going to be coming back from Portland, so I won't be able to attend the meeting. And then 5 minutes later, I'm like, oh, well, let me just send a note to everybody if you're able
Oh, it's
to go.
great.
So
Yeah,
that
no,
worked
it's
out
good.
wonderful.
Yeah, I came home
Yeah.
Monday night, so I could go to that.
So is Will taking part, is just
He's
our services?
well, he's a
I know he's
consultant for us, but he didn't happen to call in yesterday. He was on the agenda, but they were able to cover his topics. But I guess he's still working for us somewhat. And they've hired another technical person for the radios, Nick Bidler or something. But
Yeah, Nick Bittler is a technician level, not a replacement for Will, but he's got lots of experience with the Harris system. So, yeah, he was thrown right into the midst of work there, and well, it doesn't require a lot of training.
Great.
The other, well, I might as well, we got a couple more minutes. What, you got another, you have a question?
Not on 911, but
Oh.
if we have time, just a couple.
So yesterday, we had an additional meeting on the vet village concept with the small homes, or kind of dwelling units with a central bathroom, shower, and kitchen facilities. And it's Representative Helt called the meeting, and turned out both Commissioner DeBone and I ended up there from different people, so I had a meeting earlier about that property out by the sheriff's office, or about really next to 911, and we're going to pursue that and see what the possibility is for that. That's kind of our commissioners, that's what they're requesting of us, so this would be a good time to talk about any ideas you have, or I'd like to pursue that and see what obstacles there are in terms of neighbors, the state police. I think it'd be nice if they liked the idea. I know one of the things, I heard yesterday at the opening of the warming shelter was from the sheriff's department, is the people using the warming shelters will be people they know. That will be somewhat true also for this veterans village, I would think, so that I think the sheriff's supportive of the idea, so it's kind of a matter of how, can we implement it, et cetera.
So, yeah, we ended up at the same meeting with invitation from Representative Helt, so.
She apologized.
Well, yeah, at one point I just left, so, yeah,
Yeah.
because that was the idea. So I,
We
we
heard
didn't,
the information
didn't
from the
deliberate
other
or
groups.
lay, yeah.
No, she told me last night to be
Okay,
sure
good,
and tell
yeah.
Commissioner DeBonne that she was very sorry.
Oh, I was able to get my renewal of my driver's license, so it's a eight-year license, and next week or whatever is going to be the time it expires. So I was able to get it
Yeah,
yesterday.
yeah. Well, and it takes all of us, and I said, well, we'll
But, yeah,
come back and work
for this
on it as a
topic.
group. But we need to do it in this setting. The other thing I want to mention is the opening yesterday of the warming shelter really went well. I gave credit, I said all the commissioners have been very supportive of this. We can do whatever we can to help, but really, the Sheriff's Office and Neighbor Impact have really stepped up. Neighbor Impact has 18 people trained already to work in there, and Sheriff's Office was very excited about their ability to, they just put a door between the two units on one side and the other two, and we'll see how it goes, but really excited about that project, so.
And hopefully we can set direction to either a more permanent place or a system of how do we select it annually also, I'm referring to if it moves.
Yeah.
Because this is how it started, was a, church opening its doors on the coldest nights of the year. So, we'll figure
Yeah,
out what the
yeah.
future looks like.
Yeah, just a couple of procedural questions. I sent you all a note that Commissioner Henderson and I received from the Oregon Geographic Names Board. They want to name some springs up at the head of Tumalo Creek, so just whether you want that on an agenda, if you want to invite the city, or you just delegate the naming if you've had a chance to read it, so just how exactly you'd like to deal with that.
Okay.
I can put it on.
What does the decision look like from a Board of
They're
Commissioners?
just asking for input from the county.
Okay,
I mean,
On the name of that's,
the naming of that springs after a long-term, city water department employee. So it's just, do you like it? Do you not like it? Are you neutral? It's just a real simple,
okay.
it's
maybe
not a
we can
formal action.
Look at that this afternoon if we have time, or on Monday.
Yeah, I'm happy to put it on the agenda for Monday, the discussion, just whether you want it, just amongst yourselves, or if you'd like me to invite someone from the city to give you the background.
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah, let's invite an advocate for it and
I'd like
put it on a map so we know what we're talking about.
Happy to do that. The other one, even quicker, our contract with Central Oregon Visitors Association calls out a mid-year report, which would typically be done in January. So we've done them, not done them in the past, just what your interest level is in having Julia
I
come in.
want a
and-
report.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
I want to know exactly where we are.
Put it on a
Yeah.
future agenda. Thank you.
Good. All right, with that, I think we'll recess for this morning. We'll be back at 2 o'clock to deliberate, and so, sounds good.
We're coming back down here.
Yes.
Okay.
we're going to reconvene the December 18th, 2019 Deschutes County Board of Commissioners meeting. We had taken a recess this morning, so we could go. We all three went to the graduation from the Oregon Youth Challenge, which was really a remarkable event. If you haven't been to it, it's really inspiring. They gave these are kids from all over the state of Oregon that have had trouble in high school, and this gets them back on track. And it was their biggest class ever, 154. I think it was 154 students, and some great speeches, a lot of awards, and very inspiring. So
They started with 169, but 154 did graduate, and it is an impressive. And I talked to them. They're going to go up to 180. And next year and the year after, they're going to 220, because I said, you know what, when you look at our graduation rates, we are at the bottom of the nation. And we need this program to be much more, it's an amazing program. The kids that go through it, yes.
it was really
One of my sons probably could have been enrolled in it.
Would have been a good,
I don't know if he would have,
personally, yeah, I know.
yeah, I don't know if he would have passed, but he could have been enrolled.
So anyway, so we're reconvening now this afternoon. We're going to do one matter that was on the consent agenda this morning, items 6 and 7. Seek a motion approving those minutes from December 2nd and December 4th.
So yeah, since this morning and during the break, I was able to review those items, so I'll move approval of items 6 and 7, the minutes from December 2nd and 4th.
And I'll second the motion?
Okay, Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes, but he wasn't actually there, so at those meetings. Okay, so the next item we're going to move on to is on our action items is item number 12, deliberations on the Lower Bridge Plan Development. We've set aside 2 hours this afternoon for this. We may take less, we may take more, we don't know. We've got another item set at 4:30 or 4 o'clock. It's something we've spent a lot of time on, so we've got some background. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Will Groves, Deschutes County Planning. I have for your deliberation this afternoon an appeal of the Hearings Office's decision in file number 247-19-405 CU, 406 TP, 407 SMA, 741 appeal, and 757 appeal. You conducted a public hearing. There was a post-hearing record period. That record period closed. We received additional information. The entire record has been placed before you in the binders that you've received.
I think this is what we got after the hearing. So I think that's a record since I've been here of the most we've gotten since after a hearing of more record. So
Call that binder 404.
Binder 4.
Binder 404. We're holding it 5,400 pages. Hoping that you'll write a couple more for us today.
Okay.
So we've approached deliberations in a number of ways. Typically, what I'll do is I've identified in the matrix, how many do we have here? 14 items which require your attention, and we can either dive into a particular issue if you've got one that you'd like to focus on, or we can start from the top. We can go straight to deliberations, or I can refresh you on the parties' arguments, as we did in the prior meeting last week. It's at your pleasure.
I'm comfortable kind of working from top to bottom
Through the
this.
matrix.
We'll say our piece as it goes or ask questions.
I think I am also. I mean, we probably all have general thoughts about things in the project. I assume they'll kind of come out as we talk through the topics, but they come out in the order of the topics as opposed to, some other deal. One question I had, if we're going to do that, is the green. Did you make any changes between this draft and this draft?
None.
Okay, so because I marked up the older draft and I didn't want to miss anything if there was anything there. Yeah, so we can start in on that. We've got maps, we've got presentations from previous, we've got new information. I think that's one of the interesting things is to have so much. A lot of times we leave the record open. There's not that much new information. This one there's substantially more than there usually is. So, okay, are you good? How about you?
Yes,
Commissioner
starting
Dare?
from the top would be great.
And would you like, frequently I provide kind of read you through the matrix and remind you of the parties' arguments on that. Would you like to enter into the question, or would you like sort of a refresher on the nature of the debate about the question?
Well, you know, I think there's 14 items here, and I think we probably have more certainty than on some and less on others, or more knowledge, or maybe you just kind of, I think from the start, let's go through it, but we may be able to abbreviate it somewhat as we go, because that's my thought. We've all had these, you know, we had a chance to go through the matrix at a previous meeting, so we kind of know the gist of them, so.
All right, that sounds good, and let me know if I can give you more or less detail as we go along. So our first question is a planned development application allowed in the floodplain zone? The floodplain chapter does not expressly allow floodplain, does not expressly allow planned development, and we have two different hearings officers, a 2015 hearings officer and a 2019 hearings officer, weighing in on the same issue and coming to different conclusions. You'll note that in the later questions, in the face of this code ambiguity, the parties argue if this use should be allowed, and that's addressed below. I noted as your floodplain manager that there's no significant flood concerns here with this. So this is a pure question of code interpretation. Opponents have argued that the planned development is not a use listed outright or conditionally in the floodplain zone. They argue that the three types of subdivisions, cluster, planned, and subdivisions generally, make clear they have different characteristics and are intended to be reviewed and approved under different standards. The fact that subdividing land is permitted in the floodplain zone does not mean that planned unit developments are permitted, and that they argue that legislative code amendment is a better process to resolve this question. Proponents for this application and the interpretation that planned developments are allowed in the floodplain zone note that the language used in 1896-040 is clear, plain, and unambiguous. They argue that planned developments are subdivisions. They note that the proposed subdivision is consistent with FEMA guidelines. They also note that the outright open space in the floodplain zone corroborates this interpretation, and this was a key portion in the 2019 hearing officer's thinking. And they also note that this matches the county's approach to this interpretation from about 1999 to 2015, as documented by a long series of decisions.
You want to do your comments too? Staff comments?
Oh, I started there.
Oh, yeah, okay. So really, I'll start off on this one. To me, this is kind of just, are we taking the 2019 hearings officer's approach or the 2015? And so I'm more aligned, I think, with the 2019 on this particular issue. So I would be a yes. I think that the plan developments aren't mentioned, but subdivisions are, and this is a subdivision. And I think if you can have open space and a subdivision in this floodplain, you can, as part of or connected to the floodplain, then you can have a planned unit development. The only question I had was there was some disputing of whether those 9 decisions really. The applicant argued that those prove that this has been done before. I noticed when I was going through one of the arguments from one of the appellants or people commenting was that they were distinguishable. So I didn't know if you had any perspective on whether those 9 cases were similar to this or not.
So staff's perspective on this is that these 9 cases don't have a precedent-like value. So there's nothing about those decisions that bind how you act today. Land use is unlike criminal law in that regard, that you're rarely, in this case, bound by any sort of precedent from a case before. And
well,
so,
not binding, but are they similar?
And
are the 9
the issue that was argued and the hearings officer found persuasive is that these 9 cases that were cited in the record, none of them explain their thinking. So in each case, the approval is only possible if the floodplain is allowed to be part of the development. So a number of lots were allocated. That number of lots was dependent on an acreage that required the floodplain to be counted. What the hearings officer was concerned with is none of them really explained their thinking that said, it is a little confusing how this is allowed in the floodplain zone. The code isn't as clear as it might be, and the decision maker then explains themselves. In each case, it was just implicitly assumed that it could be allowed. The only other two possible conclusions are either that this was, each of them in turn was a type of error where someone just didn't understand basic math, or the more persuasive conclusion is that in each case, the decision maker assumed that the floodplain could be included and used that as the basis of their calculation.
Questions or thoughts?
Well, and I support floodplain as outright open space in this interpretation also, so I go down the same path. You know, that it's interesting, thanks for asking that question just now. So none of the previous, the history were had precedent-like value. I mean, you know, it's good words to put around that. Now, I mean, because that does put it in a category for me also as you learn about these. But I do support the fact that, you know, that floodplain zone can be supported as open space for this application.
And I do likewise.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
On the second matter, and this is a related one, this is a question if open space associated for a planned development is permitted in the floodplain zone. Planned developments are required to have 65% open space, and the proposal includes use of floodplain zone lands as part of that open space acreage. I note that the first deliberative question largely determines the answer to this question. Opponents argue that although open space is listed in the floodplain zone, open space lots within a PUD is not a permitted outright use in the floodplain zone. They argue that if a PUD can't be permitted, then an open space can't be permitted either. And the definition of open space does not provide any express authority for the floodplain zone lands to be used as open space in a PUD. Proponents and applicant argue that the floodplain tracts would be preserved and continued in their present use and would conserve and enhance natural resources. They would protect streams and promote conservation of wetlands and enhance recreation opportunities. This is important because that is the definition of open space in relevant part. And that the floodplain zone is the only zone in the county where open space is a listed use. There's no permit needed to conserve land in its present use, and so the code drafters must have intended to allow open space associated with PUDs specifically as listed in the floodplain zone.
Okay, anyone want to take this?
I kind of answered using these words already the first time, so I mean, I do support this. So yes would be the answer. And as I say, I was already using these words, I guess.
It seems to me that this question is kind of consistent with the first one. It'd be hard to change the interpretation of the second one if you've agreed on the first one. The only challenge I have that's a little bit with this project is I've always thought of open space as kind of the part of your property that's a little bit over and it's just open, and this isn't open. And all of this, a lot of this open space is 100 feet down aside, so it's not really open space like I think of it. It's unbuilt on space, but it's not, you can't see it until you get up to the edge, and so it's really a different concept to me than what I think of usually as open space. I'm not gonna change my mind, but it doesn't serve the purpose that lots of times open space does, because there's even talk about whether you should prevent trails down there, so then it's open space with nothing, just. Anyway.
And I mean, I would say that's defining the term even more than I would think, but I understand what you're saying, ooh, that big area that you can see is open, opposed to, this elevation
Over
changes.
the hill, just down over the hill, so.
It's definitely, it's beautiful space, and because it is in the floodplain, it seems that there are going to be enough rules that people really will be respecting it and, leaving the visualization that for people that are driving by.
So are you a yes on this question?
Yes.
Question number 3, does the floodplain zone land count towards the plan unit development housing density and density bonuses? Planned developments get a housing density bonus from the usual 1 unit per 10 acres in the RR10 zone. They get instead a bonus at 1 unit per 7.5 acres, and this increases the number of units allowed in the development. This planned unit development relies on RR10 and floodplain zone land calculated together to reach the density calculations. Opponents have argued that PUD isn't permitted in the floodplain zone, and therefore floodplain zone property can't be included in the density calculations. They also note that in the RR10 zone, planned and cluster developments shall be allowed at an equivalent density of 1 per unit per 7.5 acres. But unlike the RR10 zone, no PUD density calculation density bonus is provided in the floodplain lot size requirements. Proponents argue, and the applicant argues, that the listing of open space as a use as allowed in the floodplain zone means that open space associated with the PUD is allowed in that adjacent zone, the floodplain, that the county has historically allowed floodplain zone acreage to be included in open space and cluster and plan developments, and that the code expressly allows for gross area calculations to determine density and lot sizes. And this including of the floodplain acreage is supported by the county code and historical practice.
I would say the fact that county code and historical practice would be the two determining factors of counting it.
Yeah, I'm a yes on this question about does the floodplain zone count towards the density. I think the question that might, there's some of these that maybe end up at LUBA, so I think it's possible that LUBA will look at this somehow differently, but I feel like the goal of increased density when you do cluster developments and plan unit developments is in our code and it's been there a long time, and it's for this purpose. And they've done that by bringing the housing lots together. So.
Well, and I do support kind of asking these questions in a very well-defined manner with answers in support of the record here. This is what's going on. So I do support yes to continue reviewing the application in support of that floodplain zone land.
All right, question number 4. This is, does sufficient financing exist to assure the proposed development will be substantially completed within 4 years of the approval? This is an unusual requirement that comes out of the Plan Development Code, and it requires a demonstration of this financing to complete the project as proposed. Prior to the hearing before the board, the applicant had not provided detailed cost or financial information, which had caused hearings officers to say that this criterion had not been met. Opponents argue that the cost estimates provided don't address additional environmental concerns. They question how the applicant can be flush with cash in the money market account but require approval of this development to finance further development on the adjacent property as described by the applicant. They have concerns that the applicant is Lower Bridge Road LLC, but that applicant is not the signer of the application or the holder of the money market account offered as financial stability. And they wonder who owns the property, who controls the property, and what financial means are available to Lower Bridge LLC itself. They also argue that a number of lawsuits are directed at members of the development team and that these would potentially wipe out the money market fund offered for financial security. The applicant argues they provided a cost estimate prepared by a registered civil engineer to complete the subdivision, including both soft and hard cost and a 10% contingency. The applicant has submitted a letter from the CFO of RealVest as the entity responsible for financing the project, together with a money market statement demonstrating funds sufficient to and committed to building the project. And the applicant submitted evidence demonstrating that the RealVest Chapter 11 plan for reorganization was completed and accepted and was fully completed in 2010.
Will, I don't know if you clearly said, but on your statement, originally they had not provided detailed cost or financial information until this current hearing.
That's correct.
I think until is a really important word here.
So this is a matter of first impression before you to evaluate this evidence and conclude if it does or does not represent to you sufficient evidence of the financing to complete the project.
So when I see this, I wonder what the history is, the legislative history of Deschutes County having this in our code, because it's either owned by somebody or somebody else, and this is where an approval will attract the capital to create this improvement that's being discussed. I almost feel awkward in having this in our code. I do support the fact that information has been provided, and cost estimates are on the books now. So, but yeah, to use this as a tool against not getting an approval almost doesn't jive in my world.
I think that's a great point, because I think it's so hard, when you look at something like this to really know if I mean, there's estimates here, but are those really what it's gonna turn out to be? You know, I thought one of the opponents raised some good questions about what other environmental things might come up while you're developing it that might throw the cost out. But yeah, the idea that we're supposed to decide if there's enough money in the till to do the project, and then on the other hand, you look at, well, they've already spent a certain amount of money, a significant amount of money. Why would anybody do that if they couldn't go the further route? I mean, I guess they could do it to get permitted, but I feel the same way. That's a good way to put it, that should we even have that? But beans, it's in there, then it's a matter of, well, are we just getting to a substantial evidence? Is that our burden of proof that that according to, I mean, we could say there is substantial evidence in the record that the amount will be this much, and they have this much in a bank account, and there's enough a connection of the people applying and all that kind of lack of clarity between the applicant, owner, that's been kind of picked apart. You're assuming people are spending millions of dollars will sort, that's not going to be a problem in the way either. I was trying to find again the actual estimate from the civil engineer. Do you know what item that is on the schedule? I couldn't find it on the table of contents.
Give me a moment here, I'll work through the record. I think that if you want to play along at home, I think that this is going to be in binder 3, this is going to be the testimony exhibits.
Binder 4, so, because
I have binder 3, guys.
Oh, yeah, part of 3, there you go.
Might be in binder 2, hold on.
Oh, I didn't, that's,
But I can get this for your reference. Oh, here we go.
Did you find it?
Should be it was presented to you at the hearing, if I'm correct.
That would be all after.
Okay. At the hearing, right? That's correct.
Show me the front door.
okay.
Did you have an idea where it might be?
Give me a moment to locate this here. Let's see, so here we are. I'm looking in the October 28th applicant submittal that is applicant supplemental evidence on appeal. I'm going to take a moment going through that and see. There we go. So that is dated October 28th, 2019.
in binder number 3, it's 111.
Item 111 in binder 3, yes.
There it is.
I've got it. Here I got it, yeah.
So,
So,
it's 1.1.
so while I'm looking at this, do you have any thoughts on the questions we're asking about how are we supposed to judge whether that's, I mean, I could see him spending $1 million, I could see him spending $1.5 million, I could,
I think that your question about why is this in the code at all, my understanding is that plan unit developments are allowed to be relatively complicated developments. You might imagine a multi-phase approval that it even contemplates that were the zoning to allow it, there be commercial and residential aspects mixed in. I think there might be some concern that the developer might put together a nice mix of amenities and develop the most profitable part of it and run. That's not the case here because they propose to plat the development all in one phase. There's only one step that they're acting under, and so there's no opportunity to partially complete it. I think that's the concern that this code's trying to get at. In this case, we have an engineer's submittal. Platting a subdivision is a usual thing that people do. There's roads and infrastructure that are required to be put there. And there's no one contesting in the record that the applicant's cost estimate based on what they included is accurate. So I think that we have substantial evidence that that is a reasonable calculation. To the extent that there would be any doubt cast on this, this would be if you believe there was some continuing concern about environmental concerns, for example, and that they hadn't factored in some pile of money to deal with that issue. I don't know that the code doesn't give you enough specificity on how you might deal with that uncertainty.
And the path to get to this point has been through environmental. I mean, that's not expected on the other side of this decision. And it could be there, but yeah, it's not. That's how we got here.
So you're saying that, if I heard you right, that the reason it's in the code is to avoid a plan unit development that took many years to actually get built out, that this should be one thing that the entity should be able to do it and get it done, as opposed to like some big drawn-out subdivision with lots of lots. And so, I mean, it's interesting, like you said, that it's in the code, and the code is just that long. I mean, it's only that, there's no detail after it about what substantial is, or,
So
what
then-
complete is, or anything. It's just,
With your statement that this could be a more complicated or mixed use or commercial aspects to a plan unit development, that brings us back to this is basically one-dimensional, rural residential parcels. And in the rural, once it's platted, it's either has a house on it or it doesn't. So, I mean, it's kind of one-dimensional instead of the multi-dimensional scenario that you mentioned.
And the rural residential actually was done in what, 2008?
Yes.
Okay. So,
has this provision ever been interpreted in another case, or?
No, it's either been ignored, hand-waved at. No one's ever, like the hearings officers in this case, said that, it's asking a question that, in some way has to be answered and likely requires some demonstration. I think you're on the right track saying that is there substantial evidence, that there's a cost estimate that seems appropriate, and two, that there's some source of money to meet that cost estimate.
Well, and also having a cost estimate in the record says this is what we were thinking at this point in time, so because things do change also.
I mean, even on the other side of the funds are available, you don't know if that's the only call for these funds, or, so that it's kind of just a tough test, both ways to prove. But I do think there's substantial evidence that, of compliance, so I'm a yes
And
on
I
that.
support yes also.
Thank you. On to question number 5. This one's a little bit esoteric. This is, has the floodplain zone land received an exception to the resource use acreage standards under Goal 3? So this proposal includes several approximately 10-acre floodplain lots, and the floodplain zone's unusual in that it has an acreage standard that specifies that backing up a step. Generally speaking, minimum lot sizes in resource zone land, so those are our farm and forest lands, are 80 acres with certain exceptions, and this is part of the State Goal 3 program to preserve and protect farm uses. Now, the floodplain is unusual in that it falls across a variety of type of lands, and was crafted originally. It has a split provision for minimum lot size. It says for those lands that have not received an exception to the statewide planning goals for resource uses, that the minimum lot size is 80 acres. That floodplain zone lands that have received such an exception have a minimum lot size of 10 acres. And on the subject property, the floodplain zone holds a surface mining comprehensive plan designation. So it does not hold an agricultural or forest designation, it holds a surface mine designation. Opponents argue that the minimum 80-acre lot size is required, and that's because the floodplain zone portion of the property has not received an exception to the resource goals, Goal 3 in this case. The applicant argues that the subject property was rezoned from surface mining to RR10 in 2008 through the non-resource designation process, which is an alternative method to the goal exception process, and that the 2008 zone change decision concluded that there are no Goal 3, 4, or 5 resources on the subject property, and that this acts as the equivalent of a goal exception.
Well, I think that last point that you just read is really the key to it, the 2008 zone change decision really changed the subject property zoning, so there isn't an exception needed. So it hasn't received an exception, but it does, I guess, the answers over here didn't really, of the question, the board decision point really is, there's a second part to that question, has the floodplain zoned land received an exception to the resource use acreage standards, or does it need one? And so I'm saying it doesn't seem like it really needs one.
And I agree with that. You know, are we asking the right question in the way the matrix is set up? Because, yeah, if it doesn't need one and that's the position of the county, that's not the right question at that point.
I agree with that.
That's a good way to
Position.
frame it.
Do we want to just leave it there, or, because I mean, that, the question and the answer yes or no, it kind of doesn't jive with what I think.
So what I've got here in notes is that, that this question is reframed as, does it need an exception? And the answer is no, and particularly persuasive was the 2008 zone change decision in that matter.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Good. I was wondering how that was going to go with the question.
All right, number 6, has the environmental history at the mine been adequately addressed and resolved? The 113-acre subject property was previously used primarily for aggregate mining and hot mix asphalt plant operations. Diatomite mining and processing was conducted primarily on the adjacent property on the west side of Lower Bridge Road.
Real quick, yeah, so I just want to acknowledge the question. So environmental history at the mine site, so referring to the application site for this application? Or across the street?
That's correct.
Yes.
I think that this question I think is most broadly, as I'm framing it, I'll be trying to draft a decision that, that meets your understanding of the application. And there are many arguments about the environmental history of both the subject property and the property generally. So I think the question that we're interested in here is, do you believe that maybe another way to frame it is, do you believe that the environmental history has been adequately told and concerns resolved in association with it? And it is specific to the subject property, but one of the things that came up quite a bit in the process was, are there things on the adjacent property that continue to act as a concern for the suitability of development on the subject property?
So I'm still not real clear. So environmental history at the mine site. So are we referring to just the application site, subject site, or the mine site as both parcels together, the bigger footprint?
I think that the parties have consistently seen this as a two-part question. I'll try to frame it again. One is the dirt in question suitable to put people on? But a consistent question that was before the hearings officer is the dirt across the road troubling enough that you shouldn't put people on the subject property? So I think that the mine site, when we're thinking about it broadly, but through a lens of that, that where you're going to put people to live has a certain standard associated with it, and then there's concerns about the neighbor.
So would you say that this question's written the way it is because of the record? Because, as I say, I wouldn't, there's an application for this parcel for these lands, but we have to refer to the larger picture. So then, I do feel like you're in a spot where the question needs to be asked like this because of the history and the big picture.
And I think that's the way that the record seems to frame
Yeah,
it.
so the
But
record kind of drives us this path.
I think you did an excellent job of reframing the last question, so I definitely invite you to do that if you think it would be helpful. And so
You're really saying to do it in two parts. The subject property, is environmental history there adequately addressed and resolved? And then the second one is there anything concerning from the other part of the property that might influence, would that somehow make a problem for the subject property? Isn't that really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
That's interesting. I hadn't thought about it that way either, but.
So, to let you know my thought on this, to have an opinion that's different than the official state agencies, DEQ and Oregon Health Authority, wouldn't be my area of expertise, as I say. I wouldn't. So, I mean, this is it. The official letter has been received, and it's pretty clear the position. So that's where I start. I'm just letting you know.
And their letters consider both of the questions that we were just discussing.
And answers it, yeah.
Yes.
Well, and there's the letter itself, and then there's a letter with a bunch of pages of comments, questions and comments, questions. I guess, for me, initially I was really impressed with the DQ and the OHA letters. And then after I read a lot of the opponents' information, then it got me thinking about, well, how good is the DEQ and the OHA letter when they have I can't put my finger on it, but they have one of the letters that says, unless something else is found. It's a clear bill of health unless we find something else. Well, okay, because then there's this issue of, was other stuff buried? Were there other problems we don't know about? And I got to thinking, I trust what the agencies have done, but my own feeling was, well, how far did the developer go down into the ground, and what? I was actually surprised the history of the site when I read the whole history of the site about all the things they'd done there. It's like even Precision Cast Parts was one of the bad actors, I think, basically back in the 80s or something, which is now, PCC Schlossers is owned by them in Redmond, and and they're a longtime Oregon company, and so I guess I didn't know what to make of that, because there were a lot of questions raised by people that had researched it, but I also would think this developer would not want an impure site or any risks if I don't think developers do that as much as they did in the 50s and 60s when they built on stuff that was bad. I don't know. There's just too much liability. Well, we hope not, yeah.
You would think not.
But I think that's true in terms of both the quality of what people do and how much checking, because there's so much exposure. I don't know. So I was kind of left seeking advice on this question. What are your thoughts on it?
I felt like if OHA and the DEQ, a lot of work was done. It was done over a long period of time, and if they felt comfortable in giving clean opinions, then, it's not my area of expertise.
Clean opinions with disclaimers.
Well, of course, but
Yeah, that's
it's
what-
always going to have a disclaimer.
But it is. That's the official
Right.
opinion, yeah.
Did they do,
Well, I don't know if it
3,000
always
board?
has it, because we went through this with our landfill, our demolition at landfill. The DEQ is the one that certified it for OHS, or Oregon State
OHA?
Cascades
Oh,
to
that's right.
develop, dig it up and reuse it. And it was like, well, we're counting on them over there to be, and they rely on it, but I don't know if this is the same deal.
How long did it take them to come back with a clean opinion for the school? Was it like a year, 6
I
months?
don't know.
Well,
Tom might know.
I don't know that that's the same scenario, because it was an enclosed area that they're opening up, so it's different.
Well, it's really critical, because think of everything that went there in the 70s. There's so many rules now where you take things and you don't drop anything off.
Well, and if you read the history, the history that was in here from some of the opponents there was a lot of stuff at this. It was
Serious.
Amazing how they
And
used
that's
to do
how we started
landfills.
with it. Are we talking about the subject application property,
Yeah.
or are we talking
Yeah.
about, the bigger potential implication of what is across the street and the history of that?
Well, I couldn't, so like the barrels that were left, were those on the bigger property or on this property?
Well, this property is just the aggregate mining and hot mix asphalt plant, remember?
There wasn't-
So there's,
But I thought they showed some pictures of also landfill type stuff on it. That's what I read. I could be mistaken. Do you know, Will?
So from the record, the lagoons and barrels that were stored as part of the county-approved waste site in the 70s and into the 80s, those were all on the west side of the road, so not on the subject property. There was some significant amount of public of dumping that had occurred across both properties. As you know, anytime there's a open road into a vacant property, it turns into an impromptu dump, and the applicant did pull off significant amounts of waste off of both properties from from this type of,
On both properties?
on both properties.
So that's,
But I guess the scenario I would say, if that's public dumping, that would be disposing of, household, or it could be commercial waste. But there was never here's a hole, let's go fill it up with waste. It was more like, let's sneak in here and put something on the ground. I'm just thinking that would be the scenario.
I don't think the record, though, is the sneaking. I think it was a wide open advertised spot for, like, didn't it say 700 users over a
On this side of
8
the
period?
road,
Yeah, I mean, that's what, I think that's what I read last night, and I don't know.
So the opponents looked into this, and staff is a little bit confused about this because the language that the opponents found suggested that there was a time where the county was primarily dealing with waste by some of these open dump pits and was looking to transition towards something more like not landfill, a sanitary landfill. And there were questions about, where were these existing dump sites and, and what property might be suitable for a sanitary landfill. The question of where the dump is specifically in the vicinity of Lower Bridge, I don't know if that was resolved. There was one article that suggested that it was on BLM land. There certainly is some evidence that, that people over time were doing at least impromptu dumping on this property. But at least from staff's perspective, I don't know that the opponents connected that there was some sort of, everybody pulled up to one place and tipped their truck over on this property, and there were 600 or 700 people using it for that duration. That evidence, and staff looked as well and didn't find anything to make those connections.
This is a complicated land use matter, kind of like KCDG was, which was the ski lakes and all the different things there. And we did create a couple of conditions on that one or whatever, because I felt confused by this and this issue of how much dumping was there and was that an issue or not. I'm less concerned of what went on the west side affecting the east side than I am what's on the east side. And this also goes into that issue about the rim rocks being covered over. There's a word they used but is there any way we could request or require a verification of that, and I don't know how you do that exactly. I don't know enough about the landfill business, but.
So, the question that you're asking, I think at its core, is one of the study that was undertaken was done by the Wallace Group at the behest or under the direction of OHA and DEQ. So OHA and DEQ said, look, when you have a property that has this history, we're going to look for these sorts of things in these sorts of ways.
So they guided the search and they told them how far to dig and
so
where to go and all that sort of thing. And
the scope of work was particularly the DEQ process was a public process. The applicant proposed a way of doing this work. DEQ came back and made a number of corrections and additional requests, and in the end, DEQ said that this meets our standard of investigation given the history of the property.
Okay.
And in fact,
by it being a public, what do you mean by it being a public process?
So DEQ's review was something that was subject to public comment, and in fact, many of the people who were opponents in this process were commenters to the DEQ process. So they were inputting information into that record. They were allowed to participate.
Those were all those questions and there's pages. Yeah, that's okay. So that was part of that process of cleanup. Okay.
But I struggle like you that in the end, I'm not an expert on this type of work. And so you have to choose whether or not you can rely on DEQ and OHA to have set the scope of work and to evaluate that work and conclude that it's adequate for the residential use in this case. I don't have any basis to second guess them. The one condition that I put to consider in here was the notion that maybe a shared public water supply might be appropriate. Currently, the applicant has proposed individual wells, and as I noted, the individual wells are not subject to any sort of required water quality testing where a public water supply would be. In terms of, and when looking at the record and looking at, the history there, to the extent that some unexpected contamination were to come up, it seemed like most likely the concern was that that would show up in a water supply, and that, that having a public system would provide a basis for it to be tested at least annually. That said, there's, you know, the due diligence for testing the groundwater was done, so, and there was no evidence in the record that there is any such problem.
You're saying one source of a well is less risky than 19?
Because it's required to be tested.
But you can't add that as a requirement, even though it's a private well? You couldn't add that?
As a condition of approval that all
Right.
the individual wells have regular,
That they're just tested?
probably, you know, Oregon Water Resources requirement
Yeah.
or something.
So when you have a public water system, there are rules that come from the statute that have to do with this testing interval. So this shared system would be legally required to be tested, and would be there'd be oversight by state organizations and county organizations to look at these annual well reports. I think it'd likely be relatively difficult to enforce this on individuals. So, you know, if we were to put a condition of approval, you, final owner, shall submit well reports every year. One, that's a lot more analytical testing because you're doing 19 rather than one analytical test. And two, you know, then the county's in the position of having to chase that.
Well, and the people who are at risk are the people that are using the water that are testing it. Well, that's interesting. I don't know what I think about. I mean, I think there's probably reasons that they chose a single, you know, one well, one property system. And frankly, they aren't that difficult to do. There's lots of them in the county. And whereas a water system, you have to have all the piping, and then you have to figure out how it's going to be managed, and
the capacity, don't you have to have the water, the
Yeah.
well capacity
Yeah, you
for
have to
one?
have
Yes.
19 times.
That would be enormous, I would think.
Hmm.
And then you're almost on a well system.
So the question really is whether we can rely on what the NFA letter says. Is that all we should ask for as responsible decision makers? I guess, yeah.
Commissioner, one thing I can add in, and I'm sure the board's aware of it, with regard to individual wells like that, the lenders are going to require purity tests and, you know, what are called well tests in terms of how much it can, gallons per minute and whatnot. They're not going to lend if there isn't a good well and a good producing well. That's kind of takes care of it in that context. And the public rules that the Will's talking about are for public wells, because you don't have that, in essence, that private oversight by a lender that says, you know, you need to show that you have a well that's pure that you can drink from, otherwise that devalues their security in that property, and that produces at a decent volume. So that's kind of a check and balance on some of the concerns I think you folks are articulating. What it's worth.
So I support that the letters do provide adequate information that issues are known and resolved.
With regard to the subject property.
Yeah,
Yeah.
to the subject property, yeah.
And I do also, with the condition that the water be tested.
Well, and I support the water testing. I don't know that I'm not leaning towards adding a condition for a shared public water system at this
No,
time.
not a shared one, but it's like what
Yeah, okay, okay.
David's,
Yep.
Mr. Joyle, legal said that, I know for lenders, you do have to have your water tested.
No, that's typically a one-time test.
Right,
It's
I
not an
know.
annual, so it's typically to get your mortgage, you have to, and you're going to be operating off a well, on-site well, they require that type of.
And, I mean, there's other development within walking distance of that area that doesn't have this, you know, shared requirement.
Yeah.
And if there was a question, if one neighbor said, hey, I think everybody would go get tested. I mean, you know, it's all of it. It's not just because of this one footprint.
Yeah. Well, I'm not inclined to require a one wells, you know, a water system to serve the 19 lots, because that whole area's got lots of wells that are independent homes. And I guess I'm not as concerned with the pollution from whatever when activity went on there, reached the water table, based on how deep it is, as much as I am concerned with anything that might be more closer to the surface that really isn't affecting water. It's affecting. It just really comes down to whether I thought the opponents raised a lot of good questions. At the end of the day, if we have to make a call, can we rely on the DEQ and OHA? I think we need to be able to rely on that without proof of something else. I don't know, because that's why they're there. So I'm inclined that way with the subject property. What about you, Commissioner Dare?
I think, yeah.
I already said.
You are too, okay.
Yes.
So what about the neighboring the west property? Has any of the environmental history of that not been adequately addressed or resolved?
So you're proposing that we kind of split it into answering that question?
Well,
for both.
I think it's been raised, yeah, and I don't know how much we have to answer it. I mean,
to answer that specifically, if we want to answer this question twice, it's declared safe for residential use. So that, I kind of get to that same conclusion. This subject parcel, even knowing that there's something across the road in the river, it still has been declared safe for residential.
well, one part of the objection from the opponent was the NFA letter does not cover the entire subject property. So there's the part that's over along the river, I think, to the west, that wasn't part of this NFA letter. Is that right, Will?
That was confusing to me. The applicant responded that the reviewed area, the environmentally reviewed area, included the entire subject property, including the 29 acres west of Lower Bridge Road. And when I reviewed the DEQ materials, that's the conclusion I came to as well. So I'm confused that the opponents felt that the part of the subject property, 29 acres on the west side of Lower Bridge Road, was not subject to scrutiny.
Well, that 29 acres is for open space floodplain.
That's correct.
Qualification, correct?
So it wouldn't, and it wasn't where there were. So you're saying that that's been kind of asked and answered?
That's my belief.
Okay. Any other concerns about the west property, or?
Not for this application.
Right.
All right, thank you. Question number 7. This has to do with scenic resources and if they will be adequately protected. The proposed development at Lower Bridge Road is located in the Middle Deschutes Scenic Waterway. That's a scenic river area category for the state scenic waterway. It's also in the county landscape management combining zone. The Planned Development Code has a special requirement that adequate provision be made for the preservation of natural resources such as bodies of water, natural vegetation, and special terrain features. Opponents argue that the proposed density and clustering along the river would deplete the river corridor's relatively pristine condition, and Oregon Parks and Rec preliminary assessment is that this would undermine the values of the scenic waterway designation that the scenic waterway designation was established to protect. Also argue the 19-lot riverfront housing development might not be granted approval by OPRD. Such development is not in line with the existing agricultural and low-density development and would require significant vegetation screening and rimrock setbacks to ensure that the structures do not intrude on the view from the river. Proponents and the applicant argue that the county implements the scenic protections through the landscape management combining zone. This applies to the subject property and requires individualized review of each proposed dwelling through a land use process prior to building permit approval. Likewise, scenic waterway review through OPRD is also required for each proposed dwelling prior to the issuance of a building permit and is a condition of that land use approval. The issues that State Park raises with regard to scenic waterway designation are not related to the review criteria for this subdivision request. And the hearings officer found that with the conditions specified in the hearings officer's decision that included setbacks from the river and rimrock, prohibitions on the applicant seeking exceptions to rimrock or landscape management review standards, prohibitions on the applicant seeking exceptions from scenic waterway rules, that this issue had been adequately addressed. One of the things that came up in the record and staff flags as a condition to consider is some additional structural setback from the canyon rim, regardless of rim rock. As you saw in your site visit, this site's unusual in that there is a rim-like topographic feature without there being the rim rock that's typical of the canyon. And some of the concern had to do with the visual massing of the houses as seen from the river. That's the concern in the landscape management zone. The applicant didn't propose any particular setback, and there is none required to staff's understanding in the code, but it was an issue that was raised in both the 2015 and current process. The hearings officer felt it did not impose such a restriction. He found that that was not necessary.
So one thing that's, I started out thinking that this was, everything was met, all the tests were met, because I'm familiar with the landscape management combining zone, how that works with the county, where they have an opinion about what the house looks like, and we've talked about it before, how far it sits back, what it's made out of, and I've dealt with that on houses. And then also you add on top of that the state parks approval. That would add another layer to that whole thing. But then what I don't know really is about what a scenic waterway, how that changes things, and whether we are protecting those other two things I mentioned have to do with how it looks, the house looks from down on the river. That's what they look at. They say, well, we can see your house from the other side of the river, so therefore you got to change the roof color, or you've got to do this or that. But I don't know, there was an argument made by a couple people several people about, this is different than other places. They compared it to Crosswater, for instance, where it's not a scenic river area, it's not a scenic waterway. And at that point, I didn't really know whether that was, how different that was, and who's the protector of scenic waterways. Because I do think that's the things that are going to be most difficult for people to live with that don't want this. The houses, the visibility of the houses will be the thing that will bother people the most. So I mean, because they're used to a unfettered view of the mountains, and now they're going to see a row of houses. Even if they're set back, they'll still see those. They won't see them necessarily from the river, but they'll see them. So what does a scenic, I'm just babbling here, but what does a scenic waterway create? What's that?
So State of Oregon designated certain segments of river as state scenic waterways. And there was a notion of, like the LM zone, there's a concern about the view shed in that waterway. And I think OPRD's concern here is a specific one, which is that they, like the county for landscape management review, will review these dwellings one at a time to say, is this reasonably screened, and is its visual impact in the river corridor reasonably mitigated? And so typically they'll if there's no tree planting, they'll expect some tree planting as a condition of the approval, just like the landscape management combining zone, to provide some visual screening. There's no anticipation that these structures will be not visible in either program, just that they're somewhat screened. To the extent I understand OPRD's comments, their concern is that the scenic waterway program would likely be okay with one or two houses, but as you lay out all 19 of these along there, that they believe that the cumulative effect of that would be incompatible with the state scenic waterway program.
So when would they find that? Excuse me, but when would they find that out? When they go in for the application and the parks would say, well, we're not going to let you do it because it's visible?
I think that's the concern, is that and I've never seen this happen before in my experience here, but you could. I think what Parks and Recreation is saying is that you might have a scenario where they would say, look, one house, some trees, that's not changing the character of this. But by the time you get to 19, that they might dig their heels in and say, this is a cumulative impact that we can't approve under that code. The hearings officer and applicant argue that that's something that's not done at this point, that the subdivision, in fact, has no visual impacts on the river. It's roads and infrastructure. and, stakes in the ground for lot lines. Applicants in OPRD say that, that you're setting down on would argue that you're setting down on a path where you've created lots that in the end may not be developable because one or more agency might argue that it couldn't be developed. I think that's the nature of the debate here.
Do you know how far up the other side of the river the parks could look across at? I mean, because a lot of it's pretty steep, so unless the house is up on the edge, you won't see it from down by the river. You might see it from the house across the river. Mm-hmm. So, and it is possible to pull them back from the edge. So, do you know what their jurisdiction goes, how far up the river sides the Parks and Rec goes?
I'm not, so they have I think like the county, they have a significant radius off the river of structures that they review. So I'm not sure if it's a quarter mile or an eighth of a mile, but it's certainly more than what's involved in the entirety of this property is an area in which, were you to build a structure on the property, you would have to go through their review. The question that they would then have to ask is it adequately screened, through color choice of the structure, as well as plantings to provide some screening.
You can also think about 1 or 2 story houses. If you do like a lower 1-story house that's, not supposed to stand out, and then you're moving it back, I would think from down below, at least it would be far enough back that it really wouldn't be standing out. I drive that road a lot. I don't know. I'm always looking up there and wondering what a change it would be. But definitely, a 2-story house may be more impactful.
And you can see in our landscape management review, there's a structure similar to this where generally structures from rimrock have to be 50 feet back. Here, as you saw in your site visit, there's very little actual rimrock. There's an exception standard in there that effectively says that a structure has to be set back and equivalent to its height. So if the structure's 30 feet tall, you've got to be 30 feet back. So at a 1-to-1 slope ratio at the toe of the slope, you wouldn't see it because you'd be looking up at that angle. I don't have a suggestion for a specific approach if you felt this was approvable with some sort of additional setback condition, but that's one way codes have approached that, is either a fixed setback or one based on height. And that gets to your point that taller houses are more visible.
Right. I mean, and they are, 2-acre lots at the minimum, so.
Yeah, but about an acre of it's on most of the lots is over the hill, so there's about a
Right.
half acre to an acre for buildable site on most of the lots. I mean, it's pretty.
But still,
Well, a
better
low
size.
profile
Quarter
house,
acre.
no,
Yeah.
it's solvable in terms of a lower profile house would be less visible, and if you're back far enough, it's even less and that's why with landscape management, you can go in the county when you're working on your project and say,
Right.
this is what we're doing, and they'll say, well, and they'll go down and they'll even look from the river and they'll figure this out, but I don't know how Parks and Oregon Parks does it, and I don't know that you can go in ahead of time and say, and I don't feel comfortable adding an additional setback because I don't know if the setback they have works, to be honest. I don't know. What do you think?
So this could, I don't know that we would be able to put words on an approval, like a condition that work for everybody. As I say, if we have rules and state has rules, I think there's going to be plenty of review of this situation. So I do support that resources are adequately protected, so that gets to yes here. Because otherwise, this whole thing, building less than the total amount isn't the intention of this project, or, and I'm thinking from the applicant's point of view. Either this is a hard stop or it isn't. And if it isn't a hard stop, then let's the agencies in our current code, manage the situation.
I agree. I believe looking that we have our county requirements and the state parks and recreation, both of those are pretty clear on what you can do.
Yeah, so this whole thing would be discussed other places then.
Well, they didn't really ask us, they didn't say, I guess that's why I'm struggling, because the question that was asked is, will scenic resources be adequately protected? And my gut level as well, if you have a row of houses, your scenic resources aren't as good as they used to be. So then but you're saying really, the question should be different, that the question should be, should we do something more to make sure scenic resources are protected? Or change, or improved upon, or, I mean, the thing I thought about was, if I was, I don't know what the developers thought or why they came up with these particular placements for the lots, but because they're a continuum of just right around a deal and there's no breaks, if there's even breaks, it would be more attractive than it is gonna be with just a row of houses around there, but that's just my 2 bits, because I don't know if there may be a reason they have to do it this way, and so my question is, I'm not sure about whether scenic resources will be adequately protected, because I don't know how the state parks part works.
Well, I mean, I kind of get down to that same, I don't know exactly what's going to happen in the future, but will they be adequately protected? I support that landscape management combining zone and scenic waterway designation are going to provide protections.
Is that where you are also?
I am. I know my neighbor had to paint his hay barn a certain color because of the, being next to 126. That put him in that category. It cost him a lot more money, and he had to paint the right color. So somebody is out there watching and protecting the viewing public.
So you got 2 yeses and 1, I don't know.
All right, thank you. Question number 8. This is, will riparian habitats associated with the Deschutes River and nearby rimrock be adequately protected? Again, planned development code requires that adequate provision is made for the preservation of natural resources such as bodies of water, natural vegetation, and special terrain features. Opponents argue that the intent of the PUD is to enhance wildlife protection by clustering development and allowing larger open spaces, and that this intent is circumvented whenever a development abuts a riparian area, as the most desirable home sites are always nearest the waterway. This PUD places houses and human activity as close as possible to wildlife habitat and maximizes all the negative impacts. ODF&W had recommended that the county ensure that there's sufficient compensatory mitigation plan in place to address riparian deer and eagle impacts prior to approving the application, and urged the county to implement stringent setback standards for any future developments on the property. Oregon Parks also noted that the riparian area was surveyed during dormancy, and it was not an adequate baseline to measure the existing conditions or set standards to preserve the integrity and biodiversity of the riparian ecosystem. The applicant argues that with the proposed development plan, even with the additional density, it provides more protection for the scenic and riparian resources than a standard subdivision would on the property. That the riparian area management plan was prepared by a professional biologist and contains prohibitions on any development in the floodplain and riparian areas, with stringent and cohesive management strategies designed to protect and monitor these areas. The proposed CCNRs contain funding, enforcement, and review provisions to ensure that the plans are carried out and progress is monitored by a biologist. Excuse me. And finally, the hearings officer found that with the conditions requiring setbacks from the Deschutes River and rimrock, I'm going to need to get a drink of water.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
I'd offer you mine.
Yeah, I'm halfway through a glass here too, yeah.
The first
You want to take a quick break?
No, I'll be ready as soon as I get a drink here. The hearings officer found that the applicant, based on the conditions that he had proposed. Oh, thank you.
Oh, cough drop too. What a deal.
Awesome. All right. That the hearings officer concluded that with the conditions of approval and all the requirements that these And in particular, with the riparian area management plan, the applicant had proposed that these resources would be adequately protected.
So when if we were to approve this, is it built into our approval that we're going to approve all these conditions that the hearings officer has suggested? I mean, the setback from that are mentioned in that first paragraph there.
That would be at your choice.
But that hearings officer came up with them as things that would be good to have or something.
That's correct. Typically, the board would adopt the hearings officer's decision with or without changes. So you could increase, decrease, or maintain the same level of conditions that the hearings officer included. But he found that there were certain requirements necessary to ensure that these resources would be protected adequately under the code provisions. And the applicant who filed an appeal, it was part of the hearings process, did not object to any of those particular conditions as appropriate to deal with those issues.
My feeling on this is that the move in development and nice homes, which is these are going to be nice homes because these are going to be valuable lots, and it's kind of like the west side of Bend, that in the west side transect area, where it's to the builder or developer's advantage to do things right and do them better, and because then it's appealing to the modern buyer. Modern buyer isn't looking for the cheapest thing; they're looking for ecologically positive housing developments and things where the riparian area would be a sales point, whereas maybe 40 years ago that wouldn't be the thing driving the buyer. Now it is. It's a huge thing for the buyers that have the wherewithal to do these kind of houses like this. And you see this on the west side of Bend, and that whole transect area concept was that we'll do better by having these limited, all these rules about environmental stuff. So I'm not as worried about this as the views would be more impacted to me than the riparian, frankly. What are your thoughts?
I believe that the exceptions, banning the fencing, I believe that all those should be maintained in our document. And there is a park that's already there, that you go right around the corner and there's the park. So there's already trails in the area, and I don't think we should add any more. I know it's been there for quite a while, and I don't think the river system needs any more trails right there.
So yeah, the riparian area management plan is part of this application. So I support the protections will be adequate, and yeah, if we get to prohibition on new trails, I'm supportive of that too. So I guess is it mentioned? Is it prohibitively? It's not prohibitively.
They could have trails, but I'm not really sure if they should be coming down to the river from that hill.
So
And it's hard to. I don't know if we've been briefed on what the developer was planning in terms of trails on the west side of the river, but. So there's two issues. One is there another trail along the river, and then the other is, like we're talking about, is can each homeowner go down over their hill?
And I think of it as a posted trail,
open to the public.
A route, yeah, a route, or community members, yeah. However, because that'd be private property. So as I say, it may not matter if it says that,
This is an interesting question. The current riparian area management plan contemplates new pedestrian trails. To the extent that those had wetland or floodplain impacts, that they would be subject to those regulations. I think your concerns on point is that if were you to prohibit a new trail system, that each landowner might make their own way down the hill, over time, and might even because the hill slope itself isn't in a wetland or floodplain, there's no grading or prohibition on them going out there with a shovel and each of them making their own trail. And I think that the developer's intention with this trail system provision was to make, a single point of access usable trail for the community generally. So I think it's an
Do
open.
you mean one end or the other? Or do you mean,
They,
I keep thinking about the beach where people have their route to the beach between the two houses. I mean,
out at the coast, yeah.
is that what you're talking about here? Is there be one place where people could make their way down to the river? Or, I actually don't know I don't remember if we heard anything about that.
Yeah, so to my understanding, the developer didn't include a particular proposed trail system figure. There were some people in the record concerned that the ramp's allowance for trails would be a source of new impacts, bringing people and dogs down into these sensitive habitats. But staff notes the converse concern that that people find a way, and that without a trail, people will make their own way. That the prohibition on trails may in fact exacerbate the problem by.
Yeah, so that puts that in a tight spot.
Well, there is that one area between 8 and 9 that's kind of I don't know if they're part of a lot or something that's kind of
Track C, it's an open space.
it's kind of, it goes all the way up to the road almost.
It's 20 acres, 20.9 acres. Oh, it goes all the way around.
I mean, if you're trying to discourage people from coming down over each hill, you could put I don't know, this is really getting into developer planning, but it seems like it'd be better to have only a couple access points if there's gonna be a right to go down to the river. I didn't really look at it that closely to see whether, everybody can go up and down the other side of the road, or river, right, currently? That's open to the public.
Yeah, the Redmond Park District maintains, yeah.
But you can go past their land, can't you? Doesn't that trail go up further and?
On the north side, from Mr. Beard's property that we visited, he had characterized that the trail ended on that side near his property, if I remember correctly.
It does.
And I'm not familiar with what the extent of the trail is on the south side or on the subject property, if it's more than a fisherman's trail there and how access is taken.
It looks like there's lots that go all the way down to the water on the other side. Lot 7, Lot 8, Eagle Rock.
And some of the lots, you'd be taking your life in your hands trying to approach the river from the individual properties. There's all but vertical cliffs on a few of them.
Yes.
Well, that sounds like the coast, where the houses that sit up on the. So what was the thing, this is a staff comment, condition to consider prohibition on new trails in the ramp area.
That's
so
what
that
was
was
talked about.
Yeah, but I mean, what is your idea of the scope of it?
This was something that was brought up as a concern, was that that encouraging pedestrian access down into the riparian area was to bring these new impacts. And just your discussion today made me think about the fact that people will likely end up down there one way or another, and that in fact an organized trail system may be the least impact. I mean, conversely, you could include a condition of approval prohibiting maybe earth moving and trail creation on individual lots to access to the river, and require that there be a consolidated point of access for the subdivision to get at that. But now we're crafting something that's we haven't been briefed on in any depth. We don't know specifically where that might be suitable, or what the developer's intention was with regard to that.
It says on here, Track C, open space. So does that mean that anybody can walk on that because it's considered open space? But then again, it's right next to the river.
Well, it's open space for the development.
Right.
So is it, actually, that's the question I had, does that make it common area for any of the owners of like the homeowners association, or?
So if you look at the riparian area management plan, there are certain uses that are prohibited, and otherwise, those uses that are afforded to property are not prohibited. So I read it to not prohibit, if me, my kids, and my dog own a lot up there, that there's no reason we can't go, find our way down to the river and take a swim. There's nothing in the CCNRs to my reading, that prohibit that type of use.
So one thing we did on the Transect when we were we approved that transect for the west side of Bend. We asked that there was an issue over there about access of the public to the river, not completely different than this, but the point is, we made a condition that was kind of general along the lines of, developer will work to reduce access points to, 3 or 4, or a limited number of access points from homes down to the river, or limit the amount of trails on the road. And then it's left up to the developer to comply, but it's kind of a goal for the public good, I guess. And then, but we have something in there that's more than just do what you want or don't do anything. It's like, do something reasonable. And again, maybe it seems like a complete prohibition is not
It won't be.
really, one, probably won't be observed, but two, maybe more than is right or something, or, so I guess I'd think that, something that would say about reasonable number of access points, or, I don't know, a good developer will figure this out, I think. I don't know, what do you think of that?
Well, I do support that riparian habitats will be protected, so that was our starting point.
Yeah.
And then I thought, okay, well, prohibition, that seems reasonable if we're going to try to protect a little more. And now we're talking about a whole lot of things, and they could all be down a path. So I don't know how we could get to a set of words that would be in a land use decision along these lines at this time. Because we're on the same page, is my
Well,
point.
that's what I'm saying, it's like we
Yeah.
did with, I think what we did with the West Side Transactions, we just said that because remember that just the two developers, we said in their planning, they'll figure out a way for public access to the opposite. We wanted access down to Shevlin Park. This is kind of, can you come up with some words that we might try out on that, or is that,
Okay.
because that
Yeah,
is a
it's
value
appropriate.
to having a house there, would be their access to some extent, but I actually don't expect it to be a huge problem.
And so I'll anticipate as we draft your decision for your review that we'll include and flag a condition of approval along the lines of the West Side Transit Zone provision to see if that's something that you'd like to ultimately adopt.
Because it looks like their property lines all end when the slope stops, is right where their property line stops. So, for most all of the lots.
Well, I think the property line goes to the middle of the river.
Well,
Doesn't it?
no, not for there. See, there's all end up here, right at the bottom of the slope.
Oh, I mean for the development. Yeah, I
Oh.
see. Yeah, you're right. It does.
So, anyway.
As you get down to the,
Yeah, you get down and then it's open space, so.
that's what you're saying. Yeah, that's absolutely right. All right.
Thank you.
Did we get enough out of that?
Definitely.
You will.
Question number 9, I hope this is an easy one for you, and it is if the applicant has adequately addressed the surface mining impact area criteria. The surface mining impact area is a zone that radiates out from adjacent mine sites, and it's designed to protect the mine from nearby residents. Surface mines are one of our Goal 5 inventory resources. They're an important economic resource that the county's chosen to protect. And one of the things that can be a problem for them is moving people too close. The hearings officer found that the applicant had failed to seek surface mine impact area site plan approval at this stage, and that the criterion had not been met. The applicant then provided before you additional evidence to confirm compliance with these requirements. The applicant clarified for the record and showed that they did apply for the surface mine review, that they paid the fee and submitted the subdivision plan and builder's envelope plans. The applicant submitted further evidence on appeal establishing that all the proposed buildable areas met the requirement to be over 250 feet from 2 nearby surface mining zones, and that the applicant agreed to record as a condition of final plat approval the required waiver of remonstrance against all the lots in the subdivision. And that waiver is something signed by the landowner acknowledging the surface mine's pre-existence nearby and waiving their right to complain about surface mining operations.
Is this the same waiver of remonstrance that one of the opponents kept asking why we didn't get it signed already, or why the developer hadn't gotten it signed already or something?
Oh, no, that's a good question. So it's not that one, but since you brought it up and it's not otherwise addressed in here. as part of the 2008 decision rezoning the property, there was a requirement that prior to development of the property, so at the stage that we're at now, that a conservation easement be granted to the county. In Title 18-116 and in the landscape management combining zone, there's a requirement that that prior to development, that riverfront properties grant a conservation easement to the county that boils down to basically, I promise to leave it alone for the first 10 feet next to the river. Opponents argued that that was, why hadn't this thing been recorded yet? And it is specifically because it is not required to be recorded yet by the very language that they cite.
Okay. So this one, we think this is a yes, I think, don't we? Because
Yeah,
it's
this is
already
more
been solved.
paperwork and documentation and timing, so,
Yes.
yep, I agree.
All right, thank you. Number 10, is demonstration of compliance with RIMROC standards required in this decision? So RIMROC's a thing defined in the county code. It is a overlying stratum of rock or a rock face in a river canyon over 45 degrees. That the RIMROC special setbacks are required for RIMROC, and that RIMROC setback determinations are required a part of the landscape management site plan review prior to building permits. Staff notes that this is a public process, and staff believes that what's proposed here, that the RIMROC review is not being impermissibly deferred to a later date. So there's a concern in land use that you are putting off a decision to a point where the public can't participate. And specifically with the RIMROC in this case, there was some concern that if you didn't make decisions about the RIMROC now, that you were closing out the public in the future. And staff believes that the staff notes that the landscape management review for each of these houses will raise the RIMROC standard, and that each of those are noticed public processes. So staff's a little bit confused by the argument that this is being impermissibly deferred. Opponents do argue that you can't defer until the building permit stage, showing that the RIMROC setbacks will be met, and that the development proposal omits or otherwise defers a future determination whether an approval standard will be met. They argue that this application must be denied. And they argue that without county determination of where the RIMROC is located, the setback dependent on it can't be fixed, and building envelopes cannot be determined, and without determining building envelopes, the feasibility on each site cannot be assured. Applicant responds that the RIMROC setback standards are part of the landscape management review, and that the hearings officer found that the appropriate time to consider this issue was at the landscape management review required for each structure at the time of prior to building permits, and that the applicant's proposed subdivision application in this case is to be judged on the current condition of the property and under the current laws in the code. The hearings officer involved himself in a question about buried RIMROC. So one of the things at the mine site, as we previously discussed, is it's real common to push off overburden. There's going to be dirt and other things that aren't what you're trying to mine. And, particularly back in the 50s, if you had a good cliff to push them off, you did it. And so that, according to the air photos that are available, that in fact happened on this property. There's concern that maybe there was RIMROC there. And the hearings officer said that that was, something from 50 years ago, that there might be buried RIMROC was not of something that he was concerned with in this case.
When we were up there, it was, we couldn't really tell if there was buried RIMROC. And then on the pictures, it was interesting looking at some of the pictures that were turned in that tried to show that, because that was hard. I mean, there was a couple places you could see where they'd pushed over material, but actually I would think the lots would be worth more with RIMROC exposed actually than dirt, but.
Oh, it was a mining and aggregate site previously, that's why.
Yeah.
So they just wanted to have it flattened.
Yeah,
so they
yeah,
could
no,
do their thing.
but I'm just saying now as
Yeah,
a development
yeah.
site, it would, if RIMROC is cool, so people would like that, I think, but, the issue is whether something has to be done now or not, right? That's what we're.
I think the applicant would like you to find in this case that one, that the like the hearings officer, that the appropriate time for this evaluation is with the individual home site approvals, and that given your visual inspection of the property, that the rimrock on the property is so limited as that there's no evidence that it impacts the ability of individual sites to be developed. So that's the part B of this question is, you wouldn't want to go and plat a bunch of lots that weren't developable. So if there was rimrock everywhere on the property in a way that excluded the possibility of developing those lots, the code would ask you not to approve those lots at this point.
In other words, you're saying if the lot, if you unburied it all, rimrock would go all the way out to where the road was gonna be or something, and so there would be no buildable lot if you unburied the rimrocks?
I think that so with the question of the buried rimrocks, the hearings officer's thought is that that's a long time past, and that's, certainly we wouldn't want to encourage applicants who in modern times had rimrock that they found inconvenient to push dirt over it. We would be back before you, I think, on that issue. But in this case, that we're talking over 50 years ago as part of a mining operation, and the air photos aren't clear enough to see if there might have been rimrock in those areas, at least to staff's review. So the question of buried rimrock, at least to the hearings officer, was one of not of interest, that the question was the current state of the property. And then so the question would be, if you imagine that the property, let's say that it had extensive rimrock associated with it, and that they had made lots such that it was impossible to put a house on the property in accordance with the rimrock rules, so that the entire developable lot was within 50 feet of rimrock, that the code would ask you to deny the creation of that lot, that you wouldn't want to create a lot that was fundamentally undevelopable. The opponents argue that without some sort of specific rimrock survey at this point, you can't make a good decision on whether these lots are some or all of these lots are ultimately undevelopable. Applicant argues that they've shown building envelopes, rimrock's limited on the property, as you saw in your inspections, and that this is not an issue at this point and can be dealt with on a per property basis later.
I would agree with what Will just said. I'm really glad that we went to the site, and it was, I didn't really see any rimrock. You were thinking you should, and maybe there is some down the hill a ways that's kind of been buried, but I don't believe that that's going to be our decision at this point, because it's going to be reassessed shortly.
I agree with that.
And I agree with that, too. A long discussion. It's an interesting.
Question 11. Are the proposed lots developable given the applicable constraints on the building lots? So Title 17, Section 36-170 requires that the size, width, and orientation of lots or parcels shall be appropriate for the location of the land division and for the type of development and use contemplated. This provision is intended to prevent the creation of new lots that would ultimately not be developable, as we discussed in the prior criterion. And the decision maker is asked to find that the lot layout would allow each lot to be developed with a house, a well, and a septic system, considering these constraints. The opponents argue that the small lots with often significant acreage down the canyon slope aren't feasible to develop, given constraints such as rimrock setbacks and well to septic separation requirements. That the required setbacks and dimensional standards are quite restrictive, that rimrock determination will be complex, and determination of the location of the true rim is critical to the protection of the habitat, river, and soil stability, and that the board should require a rimrock survey before this plan is approved, so that the true site dimensions may be determined for feasibility analysis. The hearings officer found that with the conditions set forth in the decision, that the lots would be developable. The applicant's conceptual building envelopes and typical residential building plan for a 4,000 square foot home, well, and septic, as well as reserve area for that septic system, demonstrate that there's ample area on each lot to site a dwelling and all necessary residential components and meet the required setbacks. And in addition, they had a local builder who testified that he had reviewed all the evidence and attested to the fact that the lots contained ample area to site a residence and necessary infrastructure.
Yeah. Well, I felt like most of the, it doesn't take all 2 acres to put a house on, even if you need a well and a septic. So, I mean, you can do it on a half acre a lot of times. There was a couple lots that are pretty small building footprints, but I assume it's in the developers thought this through, because if they're going to develop these and put put them up for sale, they have to have somewhere to build, and they wouldn't want to have sites that aren't buildable. So it seems like the most protective way to make sure that happens is through the developer's own plans because of their interest. So, and I thought the builder who addressed that said that basically, that he thought they were buildable, so.
So the question is, are the proposed lots developable? And I think the answer is yes, so the matrix is backwards on that one, but I'm
Yeah,
just confirming that.
questions were backwards. I
The
agree.
answers are backwards.
Yeah,
The
it's if
proposed
yeah,
is
it's if yes, continue reviewing, if no,
Yep.
right.
Oh, thank you.
I noticed that too.
The critical factor is that you have to have your well 100 feet from your septic system, current rule, and
Right.
that seems like it can be easily resolved with the lot sizes. In fact, they're starting out at 2 acres.
All right, thank
Well,
you.
I'm just looking at, what I was concerned with is a couple of lots that like 8, 6, and they're
Eight's kind of a
two-thirds,
triangle.
two-thirds of the lot is kind of,
Eight's right here.
oh, it's different, okay, yeah.
It's a triangle.
Those are the new configurations. Yeah. It's bigger than what I thought, yeah.
Okay.
I was looking at the 2014 map, but, okay.
Great.
Right. So question number 12, this is a new one before you, and it had to do with some historic roads that were out on the property. So Kidder Road, Willamette Valley Wagon Road, and Lower Bridge Lambert Road exist over the subject property, and the applicant's current tentative plan does not appear to show these right-of-ways. Opponents argue that the applicant does not show these 3 public right-of-ways that traverse tax lot 502, where the project proposes open space in tracks E and F of the cluster development, and raises the question, do these right-of-ways count towards the 65% open space requirements? And if not, the application would fall below required acreage standards. Staff notes that these road areas are allowed to be counted as part of the property. We're looking at DCC 1804030. There's a definition of lot area. In relevant part, it says, the hearings body shall include in gross lot area all streets, roads, and easements of access to other property that would accrue to the lot if the road, street, or easement were vacated. So typically, in the event that there is a road across a section of property, if the road department at some point goes through a formal process of vacating that road, the property then goes in equal parts to the adjacent landowners. And the county code recognizes that these can be counted towards the gross acreage.
And these roads were actually on the west property,
Yeah, in the open space area.
right, on E and F.
Well, it was interesting that they found all this. I think Nunzi had dug this up or researched it, found it. Because it was new at the hearing or after, right? It was new information. It was also interesting to read some of the old county commission discussions about whether these should be vacated or not. It went on and on and on. The notes are very long, Sharon, very long notes. They go on to every detail of Commissioner Bones said this, Commissioner Henderson said this. So anyway, but it seemed like this would be, they don't undermine the acreage calculations given what the definition came from engineering. It reminds me a little bit about the Sisters Airport one, where remember we had that open space that if the taxiway wasn't part of the deal, then it didn't make up the percentage, and so that was a big deal. But this one looks like there's a different definition of whether it's included or not, so it's more clear. So,
Yeah, so I support that decision of no and continue reviewing the application.
yeah.
I support the no also.
Question 13, is the applicant authorized to make this application? Opponents argue that the actual ownership of the property is split and that the application made to the county lacks the full authority of the land ownership to be processed and approved. They note that mineral rights were split off the ownership of the subject property and are currently held by an Oregon corporation that has been dissolved. That's Central Oregon Diatomaceous Earth Incorporated. The applicant responded and said that Paul Christensen, as the president of RealVest LLC, signed the application. RealVest Corporation is the sole member of LBR Manager LLC, which is the manager for Lower Bridge Road LLC, which is the property owner. and that under 2208010, applications must be submitted by the property owner or by a person who has the written authorization from the property owner. Applicant argues that Paul Christensen is in fact the property owner. I think what the opponents raise here is this question of when you have multiple owners of a property, how you accept that application. And I think this may be a matter of first impression for the board. Hearings officers have visited this question before. 2208010 talks about that an application shall be submitted by the owner of the property, and that there has been prior analysis that in this case the means a or an owner of the property. In other cases there were issues of an owner of sufficient right to make the application. Here it doesn't appear to be that complicated. It appears that it's undisputed that Paul Christensen is, through a series of corporations, the authorized person to make this application.
So your conclusion of that would be a yes, correct?
I support that. This is a very open record process period, and there's, civil court if there's somebody disagreeing about ownership or whatever. This is an application that hasn't been contested other than by opponents of the application.
I do support it also.
It seems to me that there's a lot, again, in the interest of the parties, they would want to make sure they had the right people applying. So it looks like they did in this case. So.
And our final question. This is, does transferring density from floodplain zone lands to a residential zone land act as a plan amendment? Opponents argue that the proposal allows undevelopable land in the floodplain to be credited towards new additional residential density in upland areas, and that these additional residential units were not accounted for when analyses of housing, infrastructure, and protection of Goal 5 resources were conducted, and that this change in code interpretation undermines the assumptions and conclusions of those analyses. The proposal, they argue, would act like a post-acknowledgement plan amendment, or a PAPA, and that an economic, social, energy, and environment, or EC analysis should be required, and that this interpretation allows for the upzoning of developable property by shifting to floodplain, shifting floodplain zone lands. The density would be shifted from the undevelopable portion to the developable R10 lands. Applicant argues that open space is a listed use in the floodplain zone, and that the listing of open space as a use in that zone means that the open space can be used associated with a planned development in the adjacent zone. This language was in place at the time of the adoption and acknowledgement of the Goal 5 program and remains in place today, and that the use of the floodplain zone acreage as open space in the present request with a cohesive stewardship plan prohibiting any development in the floodplain is consistent with the Goal 5 program and does not authorize a new conflicting use. Staff notes that staff is unaware of any case law regarding a quasi-judicial application acting as a de facto plan amendment. This is a new one for us.
Well, yeah, it's almost an interesting question because it's such a different way to ask the first question we started with is, can floodplain be used as open space? But with state land use and the history and what a comprehensive plan is relative to zoning, it's an interesting question. That's what I would conclude. But yeah, I don't support the fact that we're making a plan amendment by making this decision.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner DeBone. I think it's this is the one where if I've said before, we're kind of the halfway point between hearings officers and LUBA, and this is one that LUBA probably would decide more than us, but I agree with you that consistency with the rest of what we've done is to continue that, so I would be a no on this.
And I would also be a no,
So,
concurring with what my two other commissioners have stated.
Thank you, commissioners. This was a voluminous record, and I your deep dive into the materials, and we will, the applicant as the prevailing party will be offered an opportunity to draft the decision. Staff will review that and bring it back before you, in particular with the condition, a potential condition that you had considered, like the West Side Transit Zone for trail access down the slope, and we'll get that back at your first available convenience.
Yeah, maybe, given that they're drafting the order, maybe they can come up with some ideas that would work with us, that would meet that need. Okay. Good. Are we on a timeline for this, or,
January 28th.
so are we gonna try to bring it back next week, or we're gonna bring it in? We don't have another meeting after next Monday until January.
It'll be back to you in early January at the
Early
latest.
January, okay. All right.
So as chair, I've been in this spot before where we just did a deliberation down this path, and so, like the media or members are going to want to know clarity on was this, approved or denied, even though we don't have the document completed. So I'm just offering that just from experience, if you want to, kind of make the public statement that, the review has been approved pending written record, or however you might want to say that.
Yeah, I think that's important to say.
It's just, I've been, after
I know
the
what you're
meeting,
saying.
and yeah, you can clarify
people
that, but after the
will-
meeting, sometimes I've had the media ask
Yeah.
me, was it approved or denied, or what's going on, so it's just,
I believe it'd be accurate to indicate that the deliberations have indicated a tentative approval on the part of the Board of Commissioners, subject to the written documentation, which will come back, at least the initial review of that in early January.
so I'm just acknowledging, I've been in that spot before.
Yeah. But, so I agree with
What
what
he said.
Dave
Yeah.
said, that it's been tentatively approved, waiting until we get the final drafts of the deliberations and the findings. I also am going to say this was a challenging set of facts, and I know there's people on both sides of this issue that will have strong feelings, and it's been very long coming when you go back all of many years to when the first went to rural RR10 zoning, and hopefully if the project moves forward, it can be done in a nice, and attractive way, so.
Well, and the history lesson about what happened out there in the 30s, 40s, and 50s, I mean, it's interesting also,
Yeah.
just the history
Well, the
and
change of
the
our use of
activity that was out there
resources.
back in the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we've certainly changed how we use our resources and what we consider waste and what we do with waste, and from the earlier time in our last century, so. Good. Any further comments?
Yes, we definitely have become much more respectful and responsible on what we put into the earth that shouldn't go there. And hopefully this might help our, just to support our recycling program in Deschutes County, that we need to be very aware of things when we're throwing them away.
Great job, Will.
Thank you, Will, for,
Thank you, Will.
good, yeah, I appreciate you saying that. So we'll take a quick 5-minute break, or?
Yeah.
We're set to convene, or on the next matter at 4, so I think we'll go ahead and take a break until then. There may be other people that come for that, and it's been a couple hours since we've been working on this, so.
Since we stood up, is what I was going to say.
Oh, since we stood up. joined us. We're going to reconvene the December 18th, 2019 Board of County Commissioners meeting for Deschutes County. We have one remaining action item on the agenda, which is regarding the Terrebonne refinement plan and the future kind of the roads improvements up there. We had a briefing from our work session with ODOT specifically last Monday. They had gone back and kind of reworked some things and given us two options, and I felt like it's important that we just talk about it, where we all are individually on this and what we're willing to do. I was hoping we might give some clarity. We've been getting a lot of it. The whole public input's changed dramatically since a month or two ago. We got a bunch of emails after the meeting on November 14th. Those of us that had not supported the couplet, being told how whatever irresponsible, et cetera, we are, and how we were going to lose all the money and all the accidents would be result of our efforts. But then we've gotten other emails saying to move forward on option 2. We got a bunch of them today. I don't know if somebody generated this campaign, but I wanted to say one thing about this that, there's a bunch that came in today that they're real one-sentence type. As a resident of Terrebonne, I'd like to see ODOT move forward with option 2, and option 2 was referring to the interchange and other safety improvements, not the couplet. So I don't know. But I just want to say a couple things about the process. One is that I think it's not very useful to try to figure out exactly where the majority vote is, or the plurality. Some people have referred now, one of our people that we deal with and on one of our committees referred to it as, well, the plurality is over here on this. I think if we really want to know where the voting was for people in Terrebonne, North Deschutes County, Crooked River Ranch, we should have an advisory vote. But I don't think that's, for me personally, I don't think that's how we should decide this, and we can each talk about our positions. But so I'm not really thinking there's a majority here or a majority there or percentages. I just think it's too random and we get hit. The other is that I think we've always had the philosophy that whatever we can get from the state, we will try to spend and spend wisely. So we're not at any point trying to say we wouldn't use the money or we're trying to turn it down. And really the strength of what we were kind of waiting for was a meeting Gary and I had where he said that after we'd first, balked on the couplet as being the appropriate, or two of the three of us had, that he said, well, he was going to go back and look at other options and what could be done. And so I've not felt any urgency to get it done, or that we were going to lose the money because of these decisions. And if I'd heard that, I would have maybe changed that. But appreciate ODOT and Gary and Bob specifically working to, look at these other things of just doing the interchange alone, et cetera. So that's those are a couple of prefaces I wanted to make. I don't know if you each want to add anything or.
Oh, I have a lot to say.
Okay, good.
Of course I do.
Okay, yeah, good.
Is it timer on, Sharon? Well, I did spend the day yesterday at the ODOT meeting in Lebanon, and it was my pleasure. Gary and I spent the day talking about things. Clearly, there's the people that love the couplet, and then there's the people that don't. And I've spent a lot of time thinking about this. I really feel like if we did the couplet, that then you never go back. There have been no fatalities in Terrebonne for the last 5 years, and I think that's actually probably pretty amazing and remarkable. That people, it's a dangerous place when you pull out and you go north or south, depending on what side of 97 you're on. But I just really, I talked to Gary. What is it? Can we maximize everything to make Terrebonne the community that will help implement with the interchange? And if I know that the west side of 97, those people can get down to the interchange and they can go southbound safely, or they can go northbound safely, because that's really their problem, is to going to northbound. And then the same with the east side of 97. And talking to Gary yesterday, he was saying that the goal is to slow the traffic down to 30. I did go through Terrebonne both ways last Friday, driving out to Warm Springs, and it really wasn't an issue for me. I didn't feel like it really slowed down that much, because you really do want to slow down to 30 miles an hour. You know, you want to keep things safe. Slowing that traffic down, I think, is critical. As far as my preference would be for option 2, and doing as much as you possibly can in order to make 11th Street clearly designated when you come out Smith Rock, that you can go take a right and you can go down to the interchange and you can go south. You don't have to go out and pray and sit there for 10 minutes. But, it'll help make the system flow, and then we'll know. And then the other thing, if we're really talking about the state's $20 million for this project, if somehow we could put the 4 lanes on from Cinder Butte to Terrebonne, if we could get that moved up on the agenda for ODOT, if we could use our $5 million to piggyback with that, with the state, if they could find some money in order to really, let's really do 97 correctly. And so that's kind of been how I've been thinking about it. And I also want to mention, I know this isn't why we're here today, but Ward Hamby, we spent time talking about that yesterday. That's an incredible safety issue. We do have fatalities out there, and Gary knows how important, and Bob, but they both know how important this is. We have got to get that that interchange implemented as quickly as possible too. So those are my notes from this.
Initial thoughts? Okay.
Initial thoughts.
Yeah.
So I have a handout for us here, just numbers. So this is traffic count data. Here's 2 more. You can send them for Tom, and then I just have one for my right. And I was able to hand one to Gary Farnsworth right before this. Oh, no, I guess I have another one also. So transportation volume tables is from a document published by ODOT, just for reference. It was published October 2019. It's the 2008 volume tables. So it's a 300-page document. And it has Highway 97, north and south, traffic counts on a daily basis. And then also east and west is what I put on here also. So if you notice, the number at the county line in the north is 13,200 trips at Jefferson County line. And I didn't put it on here, but I just looked up. It's 8,200 at the county line to the south. So there's 5,000 more at the north county line. In the city, in the downtown Terrebonne, 17,900 vehicle trips per day, and in La Pine, 9,900, because I heard La Pine being referenced a few times. So, it is. It's this area that is very busy. And Lower Bridge is part of that, obviously. And then the other 3 items are east and west. So in Sisters, 12 to 1,500. In Tumalo, 15,000. 13,000 in Tumalo. And then on the far side, going out of Bend, it's 9,000. So it's just a way to kind of think about, what are we really talking about? Do we have something special in Terrebonne? And the answer is yes. Yes, we do. There's just a lot of vehicle trip activity in that downtown area. I had made a motion in the past, and I didn't know I was stepping out there. I didn't see it like that. We manage change. We're managing growth. We've been doing it for a long time. And I had said, if we put this, couple it into our transportation system plan, let's plan on the mitigation around it, which is the specific property owners and the issues they had. So, we're getting to a good place here. The memo mentions option 1 and 2. This is to the Board of Commissioners from Gary. That's what this memo is? So yeah, the option 1 and 2 are mentioned from here. So this option 2 is basically building out the interchange, doing other safety improvements, and then figuring out what the future is after that. So I don't see a downside to that at this point in time. But it was interesting seeing the volume table.
Kind of in response to that, so I came back from Portland Monday, so I drove over Mount Hood, and so you spend all the way from Sandy up through all those little communities there on a 5-lane road going through Rhododendron and all those towns that tell you get to Government Camp. It's pretty much all straight 5-lane, and then you get in Sandy, you experience a couplet, in Madras, you experience a couplet. I just would maintain those are different. But I'm still at a point where I think, I never went into the refinement plan with a prescribed, I didn't go in with a preconceived notion of what's best. I still think that either might work, but I guess I feel like there's been, although at the last meeting there were a lot of people and we've gotten response from people that just wanted to do the couplet, we'd certainly heard from a lot of people prior to that that didn't want to do it, and a lot of those people are members of the community. So I'm there with, I guess what I'd like to do is make a motion that we approve option 2 at this time with a couple, and be a kind of I don't know if it's the right way to do it as an advisory motion but I kind of would like to get this off our desk, so to speak. I don't think we're going to change, or I don't feel I'm going to change, so we could talk about whether others are or not. But so I'd like to get on record that we're in favor of this interchange, and we're going to do everything we can to make that good. I would like it to have an off-ramp coming south from Madras to get off as part of that. It doesn't really show on the map, but I really like that better than having to go up the circle to get off. And then maybe we'll have some other recommendations in our proposal. But I'd like to make a motion of that today, so that we can move forward with that. We know we're moving forward with that. They can figure out how much money they need for that and what other things we can do. I like your idea about Smith Rock and getting people to use that circle, or maybe other things people could do to get from Smith Rock out onto the road. And then I'd like to see ODOT work with a continuing kind of citizens advisory committee to keep exploring these other 2 options in the long run. I think there's people in the community that now are vested in it, that would talk about it, but really put our emphasis on option 2. So that's where I am.
So taking a half a step back, showing support for ODOT traffic planning and engineering. So there's the long-term planning, Terrebonne Community Plan, what's the vision for the area? And there's always been general resistance to make that big 5-lane corridor through there. There's just documented history of that decision. So my point, it generally puts it towards a couplet. So then I'm just imagining, there's engineering people saying, oh, well, if we want throughput, do this, right? So it's just kind of like the engineering solution. And my point is it turned pretty negative, and it didn't need to. The fact that there was preconceived notions like it was a political statement, but it's really an engineering statement. And so I'm just acknowledging that it was a shame that it got so much energy and lack of trust for a while, and let's just get past that.
I'll second your motion.
Okay.
Well,
I didn't want it to be lost in.
Okay, so I'd make a
minutes
motion, and I don't know the format for that, but
Yeah, I guess I'd like to get some clarity. Maybe Peter Russell could speak to this as well. What was pending before you back when was an actual amendment to the TSP. I'm not sure if this option requires that or
No, it does
not.
not. For Gary, it does not require it.
Just because you asked. Peter Russell, Senior Transportation Planner, Deschutes County. Our county transportation system plan already has an interchange on the map and in the text for the Lower Bridge 97 interchange. So an interchange there is already consistent with our planning documents. So you don't need to do anything for that.
Well, I guess I wanted to just somehow close the chapter in terms of our involvement as commissioners. Ultimately, it's ODOT's decision-making process. It's their money primarily. So we're giving them direction, because we're getting continually asked and lots of input about what we should do, and it looks like we're holding up the process, can't make up our minds, and so I'm trying to say it looks like we've made up our minds for now. And
Yeah, it sounds like the board wants to communicate their position on the options as identified, and if in fact it's option 2, that doesn't include any amendment to the TSP, so that could occur today in this proceeding. You're simply expressing the board's position on what option you prefer at this point, or at least a majority of you support.
So do we need to figure out how to word that, or we're just talking up here right now? But I wonder, is there some action we should take so that,
We could certainly bring it back on Monday with a more formal process and wording. At the same time, since this is outside of the TSP, I think the board can simply make a motion and move forward one way or the other on supporting what's been articulated as option 2 that includes X, Y, and Z. I think that'll be clear direction to ODOT and send a clear communication to the folks in Terrebonne as to what where you're going. It clearly shows that option 1 and amending the TSP does not have support to go forward. Certainly invite staff if they feel differently.
Miscellaneous ideas here, Dave, that like Commissioner Adair mentioned, trying to route some of the people from Smith Rock Park down to the, to the right to get on that circle to get back going towards Bend is that would be something we'd like ODOT to do. I think I would agree with that. Maybe Commissioner Bone would also, but I would like to see kind of something saying these are our desired, if you're asking us what our opinion is, this is our opinion for now in 2019. And then another would be I'm still a proponent, like I said, of the off-ramp coming from Madras.
Right.
Or to Crooked,
Gary and I just
Lower
discussed that.
Bridge. Are you, so that's another recommendation. I do think it's still an open question of if you expand the number of lanes, how you do it, or it's something that's still, I'm not as pessimistic that they'll never get money for any more roads down there. I think we'll eventually have 4 lanes from, as people have talked, all the way from Cinder Butte to the bridge. I just don't know when that is, but I think we'll have it. I think it'll be for the federal money or there's a lot more state money that we're not getting our part of, but so there needs to be some kind of program to how you go forward with that, I guess. But so my recommendation would be some kind of a citizen advisory committee that works with you on what the issues are between the two. You mentioned the issue that there's been resistance to the 5-lane. I think that we've never had really the money to do either option. It turned out here we didn't either. So I guess that's what I'd like to see is if we had the money, what would be the choice of what would make the most sense? Because you're right, there was 10 years or 15 years ago, they didn't want a 5-lane through there, but I don't know if that's changed or, there's a lot of 5-lane on that 97, and 26 and stuff.
Yeah, well, so I just think this is a good solution for now. I mean, yeah. And I don't know that we.
Oh. Commissioner DeBonne.
Oh, I know.
I don't know that we need to vote on anything, but, I'm just acknowledging, if it's not a TSP update and the interchange is in there, Deschutes County was planning on providing some capital improvement dollars in support of the project, and we'll still schedule in partnership opportunities where they present themselves, and we've got professional staff to help us with that also.
I just, since I moved to my location, using Lower Bridge has always been critical. And I really feel that that's going to help. I mean, I don't use it that often, but the people in Crooked River around, I'm sure are going to find that the interchange and what they're doing with those designs, I think it's going to be really upgrading to the entire area of Terrebonne. And hopefully the Smith Rock people will like our fabulous signs that say, take a right, and you can get on, 97 going south. Yeah. We'll just make some really good signs.
Have it in multiple languages. And
yes.
everything.
Yes, because those people are from all over the world, those 800,000 people.
I might suggest that we ask the ODOT folks if this is providing them with the level of clarity they need to move forward and kind of get out of neutral here. Or if they would like something more akin to either a board order or some formal letter of support, staff could certainly work with the commissioners and draft something up. I don't know if we could make Monday happen, but we can certainly try.
Like a motion and that we're in support of option 2 and ask that these things be part of the safety improvements or something.
Yeah, and again,
But
they're here and
so
they've heard you articulate.
Yeah, I'm glad to ask if that's would that be enough direction, or what you'd seek is something, a statement from us saying we support the following? Okay. Okay.
He had quite a few improvements that he was suggesting.
Specifically, there's a,
I mean, we may have opportunity if we want to get Gary or Bob up here and Chris also. Well, because my question would be, interchange is going to be X amount of dollars, and there's going to be lots of other little things that could be done. So then, can ODOT do off of 97 projects in support of that interchange? And then, what does it look like to schedule it up with our CIP? And that, I mentioned that a few minutes ago, because I think that's the big picture.
well,
Whatever we do,
I guess my feeling is I just want to get the kind of advisory support of what we support for ODOT. What we do as Deschutes County, we can
just send it
do.
on its way.
Yeah, send it on its way, so that, it seems like we've had this a long time, we've talked it through, and, what you're saying, Commissioner Dare, is that
Right.
there's a number of items listed as safety improvement, so we could discuss whether we want specific ones of there, or have a priority of those. Is that what you were thinking, or?
Well, right, those are examples of all the safety improvements. I mean, safety is the number one issue that we want to address in Terrebonne, and with ODOT's expertise, I feel that they can make a difference for not only for the residents, but the people that use, 97, and the people that visit Smith Rock. I mean, they have.
Do you want to specify any of these, or do you want to?
I don't know. Do we have to be that specific?
I don't think we have
I
to.
believe so, no.
Can be, or
You
we
could certainly
not.
pass a motion in support of option 2 and encourage ODOT to implement as many of the safety improvements as possible that they've articulated or identified. And that'll be up to them.
For their circulation-related local road improvements, curbs and sidewalks.
I believe that yesterday they were making some comments about safety concerns, and I believe Gary was saying that ODOT, because they're doing the whole system, they can do the work on 11th Street. Is that maybe?
Yeah, no, I've heard that as well. They can do some improvements there.
Because it's the whole system bringing safety up.
Yes, I guess I'm all over whether there's specific things that. So with us trying to get a motion or something to sign by Monday, we could we could think about this further if you, I don't know what you.
So I'm kind of lukewarm about trying to do much more officially here, because if we're not amending the TSP, the interchange and safety improvements are, that's the path. So I'm just saying, I don't know how much more there is to do officially.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, actually, I would think that we want option 2, which includes the interchange, safety improvements, as many as they deem necessary, and possibly an access going southbound from Madras where those parties don't have to go all the way to this interchange, that if it's possible to just go to Lower Bridge a little fast. I'm not quite sure the terminology there, but.
Another
I
thing
think
I'd like
that's-
the motion to say is that we intend to spend all the money that the state of Oregon will give us, because that's been one of the accusations is, well, we're going to lose it if we don't use it. Well, we always spend the money.
Let's make that motion.
So, well, I will. I mean, I really believe that. I don't think we should say, well, we just need 12 million now. And then
I know
hope
what you're
they're-
saying.
Yeah, so I mean,
that's a good point.
to use that wisely and, for other, do you have something, Chris?
Not to belabor the point, but there will be an intergovernmental agreement that we will enter with ODOT before the project's done as well. So there's another opportunity to work out some of the details that the board's contemplating a little bit. So after this, there will be another agreement.
Okay.
Very good, okay. All right, well, let's have that drafted up and we can do it for Monday and put it on our agenda and we'll try to get something passed so we've completed it before the end of the year and we know which direction we're going, so.
I think there was a motion and a second.
Yeah, motion and second. So, any further comments?
I'm not clear on what the motion was.
Oh,
Option 2 with the interchange and safety
Just kind of an
features.
advisory motion that we're.
Right.
yeah, I guess here, I'll remake my motion. So, my motion is that we will draft a advisory
Letter of support.
letter of support on the Terrebonne road improvements, the refinement plan, incorporating option 2 from Oregon Department of Transportation's December 17th, 2019 letter, and work that wording out and have it back for our Monday meeting. And that we can then share with ODOT and citizens and whoever. Okay, that's my motion.
Okay, I'll re-second it.
Okay. Further discussion?
That's good clarity.
Okay. So since it's my motion, I guess I'll vote in support of the motion. Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Okay. So we've got clarity. I want to thank all of you for helping. Thank those of you who are citizens in Terrebonne for coming today and being part of this process also. And hopefully this will be a good starting point to move forward with improvements. So, good. Okay.
Just for clarity, legal and CDD will take the first stab at a draft, work with the road department and ODOT, and hopefully have language that captures what you folks want and have it to you in time to look at it in advance of Monday.
Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great. Okay. Any other?
So that letter may be able to be used at the OTC, to kind of show how we came together in Central Oregon. I'm just thinking, who wants to see the letter, so the director and OTC maybe.
Okay, yeah. All right, any other business this afternoon? Tom?
Nope.
Any other updates? Anything? Okay, good. Well, then we'll adjourn today's meeting. Thank you for coming.